Check. Now I gotta send out a bunch of send out a bunch of what's it called? Crazy. Seems like they kick me out every time. Chat, it seems like they kick me out every time. And if you ever noticed it, every time I come back, I do not have my thumbnail. I have my thumbnail every time, bro. It's crazy. All right, man. Look, share the video. Let people know that we back live. You know what I'm saying? People that wasn't already up in here, let them know. You know what I'm saying? Bro, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like it's starting to become a reoccurring thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna hit up YouTube for bullying me, bro. They'll start kicking me up off of these platforms. I'm gonna start hitting them up for bullying me. You know? Because this is getting kind of odd now. It's getting to that point where it's getting kind of odd now, and you know what I'm saying? I ain't really feeling it. I ain't really feeling it, chat. I ain't really feeling it, chat. Oh, snap. Got mama in the cut. Got mama in the cut. Bro, let me share this video. Let me share this video with everybody. I really wish I could change my thumbnail. Do anybody know how to change your thumbnail while you're streaming? Anybody know how to change your thumbnail while you stream? Let's see if I can. Actually, well, I ain't gonna worry about it. I ain't gonna worry about it. I ain't gonna worry about it. Whatever. I'll just change it whenever. All right, so let's get back to what we was getting to. For the ones that wasn't up in the chat, what we was about to go over, what we was about to watch, was a video of a Native American sister that is the Israelites went out and talked to. No, what I did was I had to restart a scheduled stream. You know what I'm saying? I had to restart a scheduled stream and put it on here. But I don't know how to change it like while I'm streaming. But actually, let me see. I might be able to. You might be right. You might be right. I'd be right. God damn, let's see if I can. Let's see if I can make some adjustments. I don't think I. If there was a way, I'll learn it by the next stream for sure. I'm gonna learn it by the next stream for sure. They already done knocked me off too much time, bro. They already knocked me off too much time. Your videos. Tab library videos. You talking about just regular on YouTube? I'm learning some stuff, chat. Or you talking about YouTube or YouTube Studios? Boy, I ain't gonna like that. I want some stuff. YouTube Studios? Okay. Let me see if I can do it in there. I've been getting some crazy comments too. I've been getting some crazy comments recently. of some of my videos. That's all. Wait, do I have to go to? Do I have to? Because I can't. I have to go. All right. I'm not gonna worry about it today. I'm not gonna worry about it. We're gonna figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Y'all need to just hit me up. You know what I'm saying? We'll figure it out another time. You know what I'm saying? But we got people up in here. Let's go ahead, watch the video. We're gonna go ahead and watch the video. They kick us off again, chat. We coming up. We coming on strong. You know what I'm saying? So make sure y'all like the video. Make sure y'all share it. You know what I'm saying? Let's get people, you know what I'm saying, up in here to hear this truth. Because they definitely trying to censor it, as y'all can clearly see. You know what I'm saying? They definitely trying to censor it, as y'all can clearly see. And if you ever notice, it happens every single time. It happens every single time that I have a thumbnail already put up, bro. Because if they don't kick me off this time, we're gonna have to figure something out. All right. So Native American heritage event. You know what I'm saying? So Israelites went out there and they seen this group of Native Americans, and they was trying to teach them the truth about the Bible. But I thought it was really interesting in the way that his sister's eyes lit up when he was bringing out the scriptures.
Friends. Numbers 15 and 38. Watch this read. Numbers chapter 15 and verse 38. Speak unto the children of Israel. So we come out here to show you that the so-called Native American, according to the Bible, called a part of the children of Israel, right? A part of the 12 tribes. You come from the tribe of Gad. This is how we know we're brothers and sisters, all right? Watch this, read. Speak unto the children of Israel and bid them that they make them fringes. Make them what? That they make them fringes. What are those called? Fringes. Come on. In the borders of their garments. In the borders of our garments, meaning on the outside of our garments. Right. See, like we got, and we got, read, throughout their generation. Throughout our whole generation, so we will never forget where we came from, who we are, read. That they put upon the fringe of the borders a ribbon of blue. A what? A ribbon of blue. So God commanded us on the borders of these fringes to put a ribbon of blue. Right, come on. And it shall be upon you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of the Lord. That you may remember all the commandments of God. Remember that we're brothers, right? We go by the commandments of God. So y'all in the Bible are the children of God, all right? So I just wanted to share that with you, Sequoia. All right, which means stand up for someone.
Bro, you see how there were two things that I noticed about it, right? There were two things I noticed about it. You could see on the sister's face. Try to go to the spot where she was. She when she seen that this was written in the Bible to do this, and that she was practicing this, you could tell that she seen it was something more than just, Native American culture. This has ties to what God said, you know what I mean? In the Bible that everybody despises so much. It has some type of tie to this, right? And she was wondering, you know what I mean? Well, I'm trying to give y'all what I think that was going on. She was wondering, dang, like, you know what I'm saying? It was like a light bulb, you know what I'm saying? Or a spark hit her when she realized, like, dang, I'm practicing what the Bible says, right? But then you see the other brother, and he was listening. You know what I mean? He didn't seem like he was as interested. But this is what I got about it, the video the most. It's the young ones that really haven't experienced or known anything about the Bible, that if they get the answer about the Bible when they're young, could really change them, because when you get older, a lot of times you get set in your ways, right? You already have a mindset that's been taught, that's been programmed in. You know what I'm saying? You can't really, for the most part, most people can't really change their mindset. You know what I'm saying? That they've already created for themselves. But with the younger generation, you can tell that all of the answers that even the older generation was looking for and all of that stuff, when you can give them the answer, it makes them really think like, oh, is this just something that was going on, or is this something more? You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It seemed like she wanted to hear it, like she wanted to know more. You know what I mean? I remember when I was just a young one, and my mom would bring out the Bible and stuff like that to me, and I would always ask these questions that I couldn't really get an answer for. I got like, vague answers for it, but I wanted to know deeper. But then when I could never get my answers, when I could never get the answers that I wanted that would make sense, it made me kind of disinterested in the path, you know what I'm saying, that she was trying to lay out for me. Because I'm like, these should be really simple questions if this is like the all-knowing God and everything like this. Then, like, why am I asking questions that I can't really get an answer for? You know what I mean? But because she might even ask, like, when did we start dressing like this and all of this stuff? You know what I'm saying? But then she seeing, oh dang, in the Bible it says that God told us to dress like this. Now I feel I have a more spiritual connection to God that I didn't even know I had. You know what I mean? I don't know about child chat, but the first time I put on some fringes, right? I didn't want to take them off. I didn't want to take them off. I didn't like when I first took them off, bro. Like I felt different without. You know what I'm saying? I felt different without. I didn't feel the same. You know what I mean? I don't know if y'all had the same experience, but everybody that I've talked to about when they first put on fringes, they said that they had the exact same experience, where it was like when you put them on, you just feel more empowered about it, right? You just feel like you have this confidence, like you have this, you know what I'm saying? This meaning, you know what I'm saying? Like you just have this a boost of energy that you can't really explain, right? And then when you remove them off of you, you want that back. You know what I'm saying? You want that back. Or hurt the others more to understand that they have been following lies. Yeah, no, that is true. That actually is very true. It is. You know how they try to say that you can't teach a dog new tricks, right? But another thing is that when somebody's set in their ways, or not even, I wouldn't even say set in their ways, but when they are getting told truth or reality, being taught reality by a younger generation for whatever reason, it seems as if they don't like to adhere to it because of the person that it's coming from, right? Opposed to just hearing the message out and realize that the message isn't coming from this younger person. The message is coming from God that's using this younger person to deliver, right? When we can stop putting ourselves in, especially as the elders, right? When we can stop putting ourselves in situations where we want to put our age and our wisdom that we've obtained over the wisdom that the spiritual, the Most High has, right? Then that's when we're gonna actually like hear things out. We're gonna really learn things. Bro, it's like I don't know about y'all, but the young generation can teach the older generation a lot of things, and I'm not even talking about just like the elderly one. I'm talking about the young generation can even get you hip to within your generation, right? It be kids. A lot of kids know a lot of things. The only issue with the kid is he has not experienced a lot of the life that you have, right? And we could really learn a lot from each other, right? The things that you may not see because you already stuck in your ways, a kid will tell you the truth, bro. You know what I'm saying? A kid will tell you the truth. And it ain't gonna have it's not gonna have um, no respecter of persons with the honesty either. You know what I'm saying? Cause you know they say when kids tell the truth, like you gotta listen, bro. You gotta listen. You know what I'm saying? There's no age limit to knowledge. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Just because you have experience doesn't mean that you necessarily have wisdom. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have wisdom. It's a scripture I'm thinking about when it talks about uh, uh, old man, like the old men are pretty much fools. Pretty much calling them old fools. I can't remember the scripture in my head right. I can't remember the scripture on top of my head right now, but it's pretty much saying like a old fool. You know what I'm saying? Can't be taught nothing. Pretty much, right? And it's like that means that yeah, you might have all of this experience, but you didn't learn nothing. You know what I'm saying? You didn't learn nothing from that experience. You know how you know when a person has the experience but did not learn nothing because they keep on going through the same issues. They keep going through the same issues and they never change. So yeah, you might experience a lot, but if you didn't imply that, now you don't have no wisdom. That's why the scriptures tell you that keeping the laws is wisdom. Because when you go through a situation, right, and then you gain that wisdom, or you gain the knowledge by your experience, right? You gain the knowledge by your experience. But if you don't apply that knowledge to gain wisdom, you know what I'm saying? Then you gonna just fall back into it. You continue to fall back into it. Ecclesiastes 4. It might be it because I think it is in Ecclesiastes. Try to pull it up on the two with your Ecclesiastes 4. You said 4 and what? 4 and 13. Huh? What's going on? Why is this in Spanish? Yeah, y'all be look. What's the name when I need him? Where the Ak at? Where the Ak Murph when I need him, bro? He been speaking Spanish all day. Okay, we're gonna just do KJ. I didn't even. That's actually cool. All right, you said 4 and 13. 4 and 13. Better than 4. I mean, it does say that. It does say that in this one. That's a good one. It's another one though. It's a Job. What's that one? It's a Job. 29. Great man. Yes, that's the one. That's the one. That's the one I'm thinking about. Great men are not always wise, neither do the age understand judgment. That's the one I'm talking about. That's the one I'm talking about right there. That's the one I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Pretty much saying, I'm gonna try to. Which one was that? Great men are not always wise, neither do age understand judgment. That's the one. You know what I'm saying? But that just goes to show, just because when it's talking about great men, it's not talking about like a great man. It's talking about like an old man. You know what I'm saying? It's talking about an old man. That's why it says great man is not always wise. Neither do the age understand judgment, because neither do the age, meaning the great man is the aged man. So neither do the age understand judgment, meaning they don't understand the judgment that is going to fall on them if they don't do right, because they've already been set in their ways. And a lot of times, because they've been set in their ways for so long, right? Because they've been set in their ways for so long, they don't understand that because they might have got away with a lot of the things that God already told them not to do. You know what I mean? So they get away with it for so long and they think, okay, I'm good in my sin. So they never change. It's the same way. Actually, this is a perfect perfect for like Thanksgiving or whatever. Right? You know what I'm saying? It's perfect for Thanksgiving because people been celebrating it all their life. You know what I'm saying? And if you have any wisdom, you will understand that we're not supposed to be celebrating the destruction of our people. We're not supposed to be celebrating what befell the Native Americans. You gotta think about it, bro. Before the pilgrims, or what they call pilgrims, we know that it's to be the conquistadors. You know what I'm saying? But before they came over here to America, they didn't need him. They had already built civilizations and everything. You know what I'm saying? Actually, I was just talking to a brother the other day. You know what I'm saying? I was just talking to a brother the other day about a spot over here where I'm at that the natives was residing in. It didn't look like they needed help with dealing with that. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me pull up. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm over here by an area where natives they lived. You know what I'm saying? The natives. The natives used to live over here in this land, right? And hold on. I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all what it was set to. You know what I mean? What it was set to look like, and I'm gonna show you what it looks like now, right? All right. Quick. I'm fine. All right, chat. I think to make this. Wait a minute. Okay, chat. All right, chat. So, as you can see, right, this is an area over here, you know what I'm saying, where I reside. This is an area where and the natives was living. This was before this was before um Thanksgiving, right? They was good. They was straight. They ain't need no help, right? This is what it looked like. This is what they say that it was to be looked like. Now I'm gonna tell you right now. I was talking to one of my bro. We were talking about this, and I'm like, I would love to live right here, bro. I would love to live in this little area, right? And as y'all can see, y'all see the whole pyramid thing. So I know that y'all know what's up. You know what I mean? I know that y'all know what's up, right? All right. This is actually what it looks like. This is what it looks like right now. Okay? This is what it looks like right now. Now, I've been here before. I've walked up here before. You know what I mean? They tell you that you're not supposed to walk on the hills parts and climb up the stairs. Okay? But I remember when I was in I think it was middle school, we went on a field trip to this place. Right? We went on a field trip to this spot. And I remember saying like, bro, this looks really nice. You know what I'm saying? This looks nice. This looks good. Like something that I would take into. So if they had civilizations, right? They had civilizations and all of that stuff before they got here. Then why don't they have anything now? Right? Why don't they have anything now? Hold on, let me. This is where they ended up being. Something like this, right? I don't know about you. I don't know about you, but this is looking really, 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 you know what I'm saying, like the hood right here. This is looking really, really like the hood right here. You know what I'm saying? The hood part of, you know what I'm saying? But exactly, exactly. We ain't taught, bro, we not taught a lot of that stuff. We not taught a lot of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? We not taught a lot of that stuff. So, like, let's be honest, bro. This is where they ended up having to go. You know what I'm saying? They live in horrible conditions. This is where they ended up having to go thanks to Thanksgiving, right? Thanks to Thanksgiving. So while we all sitting up at a table eating, talking about how we all grateful and thankful, right? These are the conditions. These are the conditions, bro, that they've had to come to, right? These are the conditions that they had to come to. Bro, it's so crazy. It's so crazy. And it's not like I'm just looking for certain pictures. This is the pictures that they had. Dirt roads, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is all sectioned away from everybody else. But they should be grateful like everybody else, right? They should be grateful like everybody else. They came over, they helped them out. Right? It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. And hold up, because they have pictures. They have more pictures too, Chad. They have more pictures too of they have because they have some sculptures and stuff like that. They have like some sculptures and stuff like that in the museum. Let's see if I can find the museum. I was looking up all of this stuff the other day with my ops, so um, but it's so crazy to me. It's so crazy to me that like people don't want to acknowledge like what reality actually happened, and we want to just continue with the lie. You know what I mean? Continue with the lie, but let somebody else, you know what I'm saying, lie to them, or tell a lie on their name. Then we gotta acknowledge it. We gotta apologize. We gotta acknowledge it. You know what I'm saying? We gotta dismiss that, all of it. Hold up. Can we find some pictures, please? Well, they said I got a video on YouTube. So, chat. Dude, this look like a place that needs help, bro. Like, let's be honest. Like, let's be honest. Does this look like an area that needs somebody's help learning how to civil, you know what I mean? Like make civilization. Do it, honestly. Especially think about during that time. Oh, also, to be mindful, these are homes. These are homes. These aren't teepees that they try to tell people, right? These aren't teepees that they try to tell people that they lived in. These are homes. They build in, you know what I'm saying, spots where the chief people, you know what I mean, live amongst the people. And all of that. Them stairs didn't just, you know what I mean? It wasn't in the mounds, bro. Like, what are we talking about? Exactly. So it's like, this don't look like somebody that need help, right? It doesn't look like somebody that need help. What they don't tell you is that when they was in those teepees, when they was in those tents, they were celebrating the Feast of Dedication. I mean, not the Feast of Dedication, but the Feast of Tabernacles, right? Because they knew who they were, right? Matter of fact, let me go to the scripture. Let me go to the scripture. Let me go to the scripture. Because a lot of people just do not. A lot of people, oh, that's it. All right. So Leviticus 23:42. Ye shall dwell in booths 7 days. All that are Israelites born shall dwell in booths. You know what I'm saying? Booths is referring to tents. It's referring to tents. So why was they sitting here up in those tents during that time? Because they was practicing the Feast of Tabernacles. Which is, guess when? Right around this time. Right? So they wasn't just sitting here, no uncivilized people. You know what I mean? They wasn't sitting here being no uncivilized people. Well, look, I think it's another one that says tents. I'm not mistaken. We already know that Jacob was a plain man dwelling in tents, right? Oh, there we go, right there. How godly are thy tents, O Jacob, and thy tabernacles, O Israel. What is that talking about, Chet? What is that talking about? Because they was in tents for the Feast of Tabernacles. They were dwelling in tents for the Feast of Tabernacles. But guess what? They had a whole civilization already. That was just one part. That was just in the area that I'm at. They had civilizations like that all over the world. So who was these people that was coming in saying that they needed to be taught this stuff and they showed them how to? Man, cut it out, bro. Cut it out. You know what it is though? People don't understand scripture. People don't understand what happened to these people and why they are our people. There's a reason why that. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why they had those fringes on. It wasn't just because it was a fashion statement. Look at that. And that would look, we just see one side of it. They got a whole other side, a whole other civilization on that side. Come on, bro. See, but this is the thing. People don't know about a lot of this stuff. People ignore a lot of this history, right? They ignore a lot of this history. They don't know what happened. You know what I'm saying? They don't tell us none of this stuff. And even a lot of this stuff, you know what I'm saying? A lot of this stuff could be fabricated, right? But this is proof that these people had these things. Like the whole story, bro, the whole story is a lie. The whole story is a lie. Everybody wanna act like they knew what happened. There's documented proof. There's books. Yeah, I got you. I'm gonna go to the Discord right now. They're documented. There's books. It's I wish I could find that one book where I think might be downstairs, where it talks about when they had came to the natives, right? When they had came to the natives, a lot of people don't realize that they was over there speaking Hebrew tongue. They was over there speaking in the Hebrew tongues, and guess what they were saying? The Lord our God is one. Straight out of the scripture. The Lord God of Israel, the Lord our God is one. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, come on, bro. Come on. All right, let's check it out. Hey, look at this sister out here doing some research. Out here doing some research. Out here doing that research. Yes, sir. All right, let's get it. Genocide of 100 million Native Americans in the true meaning of Thanksgiving. Bro, imagine that, bro. 100 million.
One of the stories you talked about was of the Native American being over 10 million at one point, now to less than a million.
When the European invader came here in the late 1490s, there were 112 million of us in this Republic of the United States. It's not a country, it's a republic. And in less than 500 years, through genocidal practices, through the introduction of diseases.
Oh, she said, hold up, bro. That's crazy, yo. That's crazy.
And in less than 500 years, through genocidal practices, through the introduction of diseases that we had no immunity to,
smallpox, all
and
that.
other evil things that he brought with him, arrogance and greed. Our numbers went from 112 million to less than a million by 1930.
Oh, Chad, that's another thing too. They said that the opioids epidemic and all that stuff. I know y'all probably heard of it and everything like that. But they said that it originally started over there with the Native Americans. It didn't start there, but they had an opioid epidemic way before they started trying to say, oh, it was an opioid epidemic going on, right? But it was been going on for them for years, because when they had put it on the reservations and stuff like that, they started bringing alcohol and opioid drugs, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Pretty much as a form of reparations for them, bro. Yeah, 112 million down to 1 million. That's insane. That's insane.
12 million to less than a million by 19.
Less than a million. That's crazy.
How do you kill off 111 million great people, loving people, people that are willing to share whatever they have, regardless of how small it is or how much they got. How do you do that?
That's a genocide you don't hear in the history books.
Absolutely. And another form of genocide that they practiced on us was paper genocide. There was a Dr. Arthur Plecker in Virginia, a cold-blooded racist, through taking a baby, an Indian baby, and instead of putting Indian or tribal name on that birth certificate, he would put mulatto or other. So many people walking around, even today as we speak, 2017, don't know who they are. Because at birth, their identity was destroyed through Dr. Arthur Plecker, the father of eugenics, who became the director of vital statistics during this time for the state of Virginia.
Wow.
Now, another thing that they teach in the history book was the whole Thanksgiving, the meeting. But you know, we talked about that, and I wanted people to know the truth about that. It was actually, if you want to talk about how Thanksgiving came about.
I do want to talk about it. First of all, you got to remember, my dear brother, that's history, his story. It's not our story. When they proclaimed Thanksgiving, it was in Mystic, Connecticut. A tribe of Indian people, the Pequots, that were thriving and surviving. But shortly after, we taught these white people how to farm and how to take care of the land and raise food. They got beside themselves. A few years after they started prospering, they decided that they were going to take their women and their children out to a big field and have a cookout celebration. No Indians brought deer. There was never a Thanksgiving dinner with them, according to what they say. Not true. The celebration of Thanksgiving was the men walked off from their families and went further north into Mystic, Connecticut, and he murdered these Pequot Indian children, elders, women, and men. Got them in the enclosure of their habitat. They had built forts, per se, but that was only for the protection of their people. And they trapped them in where they couldn't get out, and they set it on fire, and they burned them to death. Then they came back. They were so thankful that they had killed these Indians, but that was the first Thanksgiving, not what you read about in their books.
Come on, bro. It was like, and we can sit here and we celebrate this and thing. I had made a tweet earlier, and I said so many people were just so mad about the whole situation with Kyrie, the whole situation with Kanye, right? Because they said that it hurt a lot of European Jews, red Hebrew Israelites is what they call them now. No red Hebrew Edomites. Edomites is what they call them. But it hurt a lot of them because of past situations, the Holocaust and everything like that. But in this instance, everybody seems to be okay with the truth of what happened. Everybody seems to be okay with it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody seems to be okay with it. Now, this is, like I said, this is what they are teaching them. Now, what we get taught is from the people that actually did this to them. Who you think we should listen to? Yeah. Yeah, I know Mulatto. Now, I people he said that because he said that they pretty much uh was calling them like mulatto. They was, instead of giving them their heritage, they was taking it away, just like they did with us, right? That's just like they did with us. You know what I mean? Calling them mulatto, and then some of the darker skin ones too. They was taking their heritage away. You know what I mean? You can find that up in the history books as well. So I believe them 100%. When I first came in, but it's just crazy how, man, it's crazy.
They were so thankful that they had killed these Indians, but that was the first Thanksgiving, not what you read about in their books.
It wasn't until when President Lincoln decided, instead of having it every other day when they were going to different tribes, killing them, that he decided to make it once a year.
Genocide of 100 million natives, true meaning of Thanksgiving. True meaning of Thanksgiving. You can also find it in the Discord too. Yanika, she threw it in the video ideas, so you can always also check it out. I think she had 3 other. She might have got the full, like all the clips in this interview.
Day of Thanksgiving once a year.
True. But let me tell you about President Lincoln. Because Indians, the Dakota, and Nakota Indians wouldn't give up. These are the people from Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, up in that area, would not give up. They were fighting, and they captured in excess of 200 of them. And they wanted to hang them all. But Lincoln intervened because of politics, should I say politics. And he said, no, I don't want you to hang them all. Pick 38 of them. And that's how they came up with the Mankato 38. That was the largest mass hanging ever in this country, this republic.
So, remember earlier we was watching a video of the sisters and stuff like that, and they were talking about the hangings, right? That's what they was referring to. That's what they was referring to. So,
This country, this republic.
okay. All right, so Lincoln ordered greatest mass hanging in American history. Right. So not only did the celebration, kill so many of them, right? But even after that, they was fighting against them, right? They fighting against them. And then on top of that, they got a bunch of them and still killed them and left 38. And I'm guessing that these are 38 of the chief men. That probably had to be put in agreements, right? Had to not really want to, I guess, speak out about the truth of what happened. Oh no, 38. Oh, okay, never mind. So it's saying that 38 people was hung in front of everybody. 38 people was hung in front of everybody after they massacred the majority of them. So they was making these 38 men a public example. Stuff is sickening, you know? And every year we go out and we, in celebration of the laws that they've been teaching our people and putting on our people. We go out and we celebrate these things. You know what I'm saying? That time for see, that's what I do want to see. I do want to see. Which one was it? This one, the first one? If you got it, send it to me. I don't know how long the video is. If it's too long, because I think what I'm gonna do though is I think I'm gonna get some videos together and I'm gonna record some content offline as well. So, but this is crazy. This is crazy. How long is this one? Just a,
Another thing that they teach in the history book was the whole Thanksgiving, the meeting. But you know,
okay,
we
so
talked about that.
Okay, so this is pretty much just a clip of first. Bro, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't understand. I don't understand how people. Oh, okay. This is the one.
A reckoning more than a century.
27 minutes. Pretty. I don't know. I don't know. They might hit me with this one. They might hit me with this one because it's in NBC. So what I'm gonna do is I'll record it offline. I'll try to get it to where I can publish it. You know what I'm saying? Where I can actually get it on the channel. You know what I'm saying? And then we'll do it like that. All right, for sure. Man, this stuff is crazy, man. Don't going out there grabbing turkey, man. You know, all the we're going out there trying to grab turkey legs,
I believe it's called the
Okay, is this the one? This one like 40 minutes too. Okay. Yeah, I'll do one. I'll do it offline. I'll do it offline because I'm gonna have to edit it out or edit certain things, clip it up because they hit me with the copyright claim and I'm gonna get kicked off again. You know what I'm saying? End up kicking me off again. Yeah, it's also in the Discord. Everything, well, for the most part, most things that we react to on the channel be in the Discord. So here's the video right here. It's under video ideas as well. It's like a couple links up. It's like a couple links up. Yeah. All right, cuts from the street. Another video.
When it comes
Something that I was about to. This was about something else. We'll also talk about.
I don't think people really like get judged too much off of it anymore?
I'll give you an example.
That's a long time ago. I ain't gonna lie, but it's something that definitely needs to be talked about this whole baby mama culture, baby mama, baby daddy culture. Oh, and bro, chat. It's actually, yeah, we might have to talk about that for sure. We might have to talk about that one for sure. Because it's just crazy to me, right? I don't know if I'm good at chat, which one should we do? I think this one was 40 minutes. I wish they had how long it is. I know,
American Thanksgiving. Go ahead.
It says, white America embraced Thanksgiving because of.
They said we are one. All right. So hearing it from, you know what I'm saying, hearing it from the native perspective and side, right? Let's go into a video where we're gonna hear from some of our people's side and perspective. You know what I'm saying? Cuts from the street, the bloody truth about Thanksgiving. Check it out. Got one.
Where you from, David L?
I was born in Nigeria, but I grew up in Detroit. Yeah.
Okay. Now, my question is, are you ready to celebrate Thanksgiving?
It's a little early, but yeah, I'm excited.
Being from Nigeria, this custom is particularly American custom, right? How long you been celebrating Thanksgiving?
7 years now. Yeah. It was new to get used to, but it's a good holiday. I like it. Brings the family together.
Okay. That was gonna be my next question. What about this holiday that you like?
Yeah, it brings a lot of my family together, and they're from all over the world, but they fly in and stay at my crib sometimes for a few weeks. So yeah.
Now, what is the origin of this day? Where did it all begin? Why did it happen? Why do we have this holiday that we celebrate every year? What are we? What is the memorial behind this holiday?
Isn't it with the Pilgrims and the Indians that day? With the Indians helped out the Pilgrims, gave them some food and stuff. Probably didn't go down like that, knowing the Pilgrims, but yeah.
And we are back, people. Today I have two special guests with me. To my right, I have
Andres Thompson.
Okay, and to my left,
Apology.
Wait, huh?
Apology.
Apollo G.
Oh,
Oh, I was like, bro, there's no way his name is Apology, bro. Like, I'm about to say, some of y'all. Well, I thought he said his name was Apology, bro. I was like, man, there's no way.
Thompson.
There's
okay,
no
and to
way.
my left,
Apology.
Apology.
Apollo G.
Oh, Apollo G. Okay, how you guys doing tonight?
I'm good. I'm great. Doing
Where you guys coming from? You guys coming together?
Oh yeah, always came from the library. Always studying. Always in the books. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So we'll get to the point. We out here talking about Thanksgiving and what it means to our people. So tell me a little bit about Thanksgiving. I'll start with you.
I mean, Thanksgiving for me personally, it means a lot. The family comes together, and it's just a great time to reflect on all the things that we're thankful for, all the blessings we get.
Okay. What about you?
Yeah, Thanksgiving mainly just to bring everyone together, regardless of what's going on, and just kind of use that to just hold the peace, have a good time.
Okay, so I'm asking you guys a tough question, all right? Where did Thanksgiving come from? We'll start with you, Andres. What happened? Why you do that?
No, I just feel like I'm not gonna know. I feel like I'm saying something dumb, but
Well, like, you gonna say something dumb.
All right, we'll turn it to you. Apollo G, right? Where did Thanksgiving come from?
I mean, well, there's a lot of discrepancies, you know, with people's
Discrepancies. What do you mean by that?
I mean, people have different histories, different things that they believe. You know, a lot of different cultures, especially in the United States. It's kind of a melting pot. So I may believe something different than you believe versus what he believes or what he believes. But you know, what's commonly taught in schools is that you know, Thanksgiving comes from when like the Pilgrims came over. And, you know, there were the Native Americans who taught them how to farm and how to survive because the first few winters were really harsh. So from there, they, you know, annually had like a meal to, you know, say thank you and, you know, yeah.
Do you believe that's what happened?
Yes.
Well, I celebrate it because, you know, just to be thankful about the people you have in your life and just to celebrate with them, you know?
Celebrate. Chat, is it not crazy? It's like a little weird that we only hear the celebration of Thanksgiving from one side of it. You know what I mean? Like, it was two, it's just weird to me that it was two people there and we only get one side of it. We only get one side of it. We stick with that as this is the facts. And then when we hear the truth, we just still side with the lie. Like,
some of my family gets together that I don't really get to see, so it's good times, good people, stuff like that.
Okay. So if you had to describe, do you know anything about the history of Thanksgiving?
A little bit, yeah.
What do you know?
It wasn't like how we celebrate it today, I guess.
What do you mean? You can be as honest as you want to be.
I'm trying to remember.
Okay. Well, I mean, because if we say we celebrate it, right, we should at least have to some degree some understanding as to why we celebrate it, right?
You celebrate Thanksgiving?
Yeah, somewhat.
Somewhat?
Yeah, my family celebrate it a lot. Every time to celebrate, you know, you always go get some good food.
Okay, all right. So, when celebrating Thanksgiving, tell me what's your best, the best part of Thanksgiving for you?
Best part of Thanksgiving would be seeing everybody and just eating the good food that everybody brings to the table, you know?
All right.
Just everybody join together.
Okay.
That union.
That's another thing, too. Why can't we just eat good food and see each other on other days? Like, why do it have to be this day?
Okay, so eating, being joined with your family, that's like the general normal theme. That's what everybody generally do it for. Okay, so what's the history on Thanksgiving?
As far as I know, the history of Thanksgiving is, I think the Europeans came over to colonize America and they met with Indians or something. So they invited them to a meal and then they killed them afterwards or something like that. I'm not too sure.
What's your name, man?
My name is Nick.
Your name is
So
Nick.
everybody know.
Good to meet you, Nick.
Nice to meet you.
Now, you about to celebrate Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
You excited?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited.
Why are you excited?
No school and food. It's a nice combo. It's a nice combo.
So what do you do on Thanksgiving? Tell me about it. Give me a Thanksgiving experience at Nick's house.
Okay, it's nothing real special. We basically just, my mom, she'll make food like throughout the day, and then we'll eat like an early dinner, and then just kind of, I go to sleep. I usually enter that food coma and take a nap.
After that turkey?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so you know the history of Thanksgiving?
Some very minimally, yeah.
Tell me what you know.
Okay, so the Pilgrims came over, and then they ate some turkey. That's all I know. Something about Pilgrims, something about turkey, America.
Something about Pilgrims, something about turkey, and then poof, America.
Oh my God. All my days, bro. I've never heard it explained like that. It just makes so much sense. It just makes so much sense. People came over here, they ate some turkey here, and in America. Like, yo, that's so interesting. That's so interesting.
America happened. Who was here already?
The Native Americans.
What happened to them?
Ooh, what didn't happen to them? We kind of, over time, we kind of just pushed them aside. And then, yeah, so is this what this interview is? Is this about how Thanksgiving's messed up?
Oh, no, just...
What's up, Birdie?
Oh, it's cute. Yeah, it's crazy.
It's about Thanksgiving, but I guess you're understanding that Thanksgiving is kind of messed up.
Somewhat, yeah, I would say.
Somewhat, because, you know, according to history, they were pushed, but through murder and genocide and rape, and they were burnt alive.
It was not their choice. They were,
So when the Pilgrims sat down to eat, all that blood around them, and America made it a holiday, and then Nick celebrates it.
Yeah, and even Nick's homies eating food to celebrate it. Yeah, messed up. Yeah, it's not great.
A little bit, huh?
Yeah, it's not great.
You know, wait. Hold on. You know what I just thought about? Honestly, though, you know what I just thought about? So, what I was thinking about is the simple fact that when, you go and you do these things, right? Like, what happens? What happens if this was any other situation, right? If this was any other situation, right? Let's say it was everybody got a mom, right? Everybody got a mom. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all like them or hate them, you know what I'm saying? But everybody got a mom, right? Say somebody comes to your residence, right? You know what I'm saying? And your mom say, "Oh, they don't really know too much. All right, I'm gonna show you how to cook. I'm gonna show you how to wash clothes. I'm gonna show you how to, because you gotta put this stuff in perspective to today. I'm gonna show you how to do all of these things. I'm gonna show you how to do all of the things that you need. I'm gonna show you how to get your car, get yourself set up, right? And then the person that y'all took into y'all home came and murked your parents, all right? They came and murked your parents, right? And then told you, all right, look, I'm going to celebrate all the good things that your mama taught me on this day. I'll let you call off from school. I'll let you do all of this stuff, right? Would you do it? And would you teach this to your kids? And then not only do he murk your mom, but he takes her home. He takes her home and takes it as his own, kick you out of the home, and then tell you to come and celebrate. Would you do it? Type a yes. Type a Y in the chat for yes. Type an N in the chat for no. Would you, let's be honest, would you really do it? And if you wouldn't do it, then why is it acceptable for this day? Because that's what happened, and we all understand it. We all know. Okay, yeah, you get a day off, right? They tell you can get a day off. They tell you all of this stuff. But why still celebrate the same things? You know what I'm saying? HN, fact. That mean Holy Nation chat. We know what I'm saying? All right, but it's just crazy, man. It's just so odd to me that people act as if all of these atrocities didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? And then we know it, but we like, all right, it was the Indians. You know what I'm saying? It was the Native Americans. Like, you know what I mean? But it also is programming too, because they always try to teach you that Native, they didn't know what they were doing. They were savages and all of this stuff, right? Oh man, sound really familiar.
I don't know. It's just like a tradition, really. Family get together. Your grandma cooks. Family tradition.
I mean, it's kind of the same. I'm just mostly thankful for the food that's being made, It's all about the food. I mean, it's about family, but at the end of the day, it's the
Exactly. That was my point, though. They want to spoil us with these days off, with the good food and all of this stuff, so we can completely forget about what happened. We completely forget about what happened. And we do this way too often. We do this way too often with everything.
You come from a plate or two, you feel me?
Okay, so it's a tradition. We do it because, we've been doing it for so long. You've been doing it since probably you was a baby, right? So what is it about?
I guess like family getting together, you know.
Like the original, what the origins of it.
I mean, I guess the Pilgrims came, met the Indians. I don't know, nigga.
The whole history lesson
Right. That's
that
what
everybody
they
was
taught
taught when we was in school.
But I don't think that's right.
Oh, so what's the truth?
I mean, I think there's a deeper meaning to it. I just don't know it though. Like.
I agree.
Tell me one of the reasons why you celebrate Thanksgiving.
Ultimately, I think Thanksgiving is the time where you're grateful for everything that you've been given and to thank God also for all the blessings that you've gotten and spend time with your family and get to know each other better.
Okay, so you do it more.
That's another thing too. Isn't it not funny to y'all that everybody else is thankful except the people that actually was a part of it?
For family and, you know, get together, see your family and friends, right? What about what do you think about Native Americans? Do you think they should celebrate Thanksgiving?
Being that I am Native American.
You are Native American and you celebrate Thanksgiving.
Man.
I do. I think that within everything you can find beauty. So although the ultimate cause and effect of Thanksgiving was not necessarily the most positive, I think you can still find some positivity in it if that.
That's another thing too, like always talking about trying to find beauty in these things and the atrocities. Oh. We the most forgiving people in the world. Is so weird. It's so weird. And I'm not saying to harbor no hatred towards nobody, but at least the Bible says, you know what I'm saying, remember the days of old. Like, what are we doing?
That makes sense.
It's what?
Gory. It was terrible.
So knowing that, why do we celebrate this thing every year if we know the atrocities that happen? If we know about the millions of Native Americans that lost their lives, that were slaughtered, massacred, right? If we know that, we know they were raped, robbed, burned, lynched. These are facts. Why do we celebrate this holiday?
It makes money, like all the other holidays. And it's just a part of American tradition. It's the only thing that they get to celebrate. All the other problems that came with Europe moving out, they can't celebrate it, but Thanksgiving's the one thing they got, so I guess I'm gonna let them hold on to it.
But you're not European.
Nope, not at all.
So why do you celebrate it? Because you have some knowledge about it. Why do you celebrate it?
Well, I celebrate it just because I celebrate it as my type of holiday. Like, I personalize it and I celebrate it the way I want to with my family. I see it as a time for us to get together and solve our family problems.
It was.
Yeah. And why every time somebody is getting like the information, they just say, "Oh well, I do it for personal reasons." Why? Okay, so everybody does it for personal reasons, but guess what? That's because you've been programmed to personalize this day, so you don't see the truth about it. Everybody going to give the same answer. Well, it's for family, supposed to get together, supposed to love on one another, and everything like that. But that's what they promote when they show you this holiday, right? They don't promote the slaughter. They don't promote what happened when they show you this holiday. They promote getting together with family and doing all this stuff to hide the truth about what happened. And we just continue to try to make it seem like, oh, we just have this ultra above wisdom to say, oh, well, you know what? I'm going to make it my own. No, you've been programmed to believe that it's your own when it never has been. They've been telling you, oh, you're supposed to do this for your family. You're supposed to do this with your family. I'm going to give all your family a day off so y'all can all get together. Y'all can travel around the world. Y'all can eat food together. You know what I'm saying? So you would never know. Because you got to think about it. They was already celebrating this stuff before we was, you know what I mean? They was already doing this celebration. But they couldn't, well, for one, they couldn't see all of these people that was making this money you know what I'm saying, on their watch, and not try to get a piece of it by trying to include them, one. But two, they also couldn't have any risk of people finding out the true meaning of what happened and then turning their back on it. So yeah, I'm gonna tell you my story of what happened, and then I'm gonna tell you that we was all one big happy family afterwards. And then you go, listen.
It's supposed to be friendly according to history, but it didn't go down like that.
How did it go down? You obviously have some insight, so share with the people.
They took over everything, basically.
When you say they, who is they? Who is they?
The Pilgrims, the colonialists, people like that.
Okay. So would you say that we celebrate Thanksgiving because of what they did, or?
Should celebrate it in the way it should have gone.
Okay, and how should it have gone?
In a nicer way, friendly manner. Just being like thankful of where they were. I mean, getting to where they needed to be.
Okay, so we obviously understand that, as you guys have said, that it didn't go the way that it should have gone, right? Now, that being the case, obviously the holiday was shaped in some form of oppression. We're talking about the Native Indians. The Pilgrims came and they conquered the Native Indians, right? And as a result, they gave thanks because them conquering the natives allowed them to take over this land, right? So would that make it, being that is how the holiday originated, could we say that it would be okay for us to celebrate that today?
Probably not. Not in that context.
Yeah. When you put it like that, no.
What's the other side to the story?
I mean, I have my own personal beliefs, but I'm just gonna keep.
So hold on, I thought that's the purpose here, Apollo G. I thought we was speak what you believe. All right, speak what you believe the truth to be.
I mean, I can believe that. That sounds pretty legitimate. So I think that's the truth,
So you believe that that's the truth. So what about the other side of the story that says that the natives were murdered, right? Do you see a lot of Native Americans today?
I do. I have a few Native American friends, but I mean, I think now a lot in history classes, it's not as covered up as it used to be. As far as like you said, the massacre of the Native Americans. When the Europeans came over, they just kind of were ravaged by disease as well as wars and just different things like that. Or not wars, but
Talking about the natives?
Yeah, definitely. But I think it's definitely being taught more now in school than it used to be. So,
what's being taught?
Just the truth,
What's the truth? I don't know if you. What's the truth? What's the truth about Thanksgiving?
I guess that disregarding all of like Thanksgiving stuff, there were a lot of like Native Americans being murdered and stuff. But I mean, yeah, I think like Thanksgiving though, like with all the murders and stuff, I think that it kind of like brings everyone together regardless of. I really don't know the story.
Even though Thanksgiving was the celebration of a murders, not of millions of people being murdered.
No, they're like getting past that. They're like disregarding the murders, and we're all people in the end, and we can all like come together, have a meal, and spend time.
Okay. So you guys.
I mean, if we're just being honest, Thanksgiving.
Oh, here goes the honesty.
None of us were there, but depending on what side you look at it from, who you believe the idea came from, if it came from the Pilgrims, it might have been just a means to pacify the natives, so that it didn't get worse, so that they could continue to survive in the new world. But like I said, it's all what you personally believe, because none of us were really there, so what do we really know?
All right. So you got on a pair of Huaraches, right?
Yes.
All right. So we're going to celebrate something. I'm going to come. I'm going to see your Huaraches. I say, I like them.
Yeah.
I'm going to take them from them. I'm going to take them from you. Wait, hold on. Wait. We finna have Thanksgiving.
Oh,
I'm going to
okay.
take your Huaraches, right?
All right.
I'm going to beat you up. Then I'm going to come back wearing your Huaraches and say, let's go get something to eat.
That's not Thanksgiving. That's a problem. That right there, we have a problem. We have to work something out.
But hold on. But that what you just said, the Europeans did. The Europeans came. They took in the land. They say, we want the land. We gonna take the land, kill you, and then we gonna go eat.
Yeah, that's not Thanksgiving as I know it now. I know I said that. That's kind of messed up though when you put in that perspective. I I don't think I couldn't rock with that, man.
No, it's just
But you
like
rocking with it
we all
now.
know the story of how the Pilgrims came over and the Native Americans helped them out, and then in return they slaughtered them. So it kind of feels weird to celebrate that every year, especially considering like just the state of Native American reservations today is actually really sad. And just the way they're doing, it's just kind of like it's a no-go. It's just like Columbus Day. Like we don't even need to celebrate it. So whenever it's like Columbus Day or Thanksgiving, I just say happy.
Oh, you know, bro, I didn't even think about that, bro. All these woke people. Hold up, chat. Let's talk about it. All of these woke people will be screaming at Columbus when Columbus Day come around. They be doing it. I don't know. All these pro-black people be coming. But they be screaming. After Columbus Day, we ain't celebrating it. I be hearing it. Come on, man. My ears be to the streets. I'll be hearing it. With that same energy after Thanksgiving. Where's it at? Where's it at, chat? Where's it at? Because,
Indigenous Peoples Day, because that's, I feel like, more respectful, even though it doesn't really do anything, but better to celebrate them than the Pilgrims.
Of course, we know that there was the Native Americans that were here already, and then they weren't. And then Thanksgiving happened. So what happened as to where they were here and then they were not?
A plethora of things between disease blankets, killings. They originally told them that they weren't going to impede on the land and then went back on that deal. Backstabbing, betrayal, etc.
Damn. And then Thanksgiving emerges from that. So as a national holiday, with all the things that you just named, because that sounded like a horror movie, why is it a celebration?
Because I think that it's all based on perspective. For the Pilgrims, it was a celebration. It was a celebration of the acquisition of that land, the acquisition of the new area. But it's obviously a very sad and terrible time for the Native American perspective. And I think that it's because the Pilgrim nation that evolved into what we are now, it's the fact that they prevailed. They're the ones that necessarily get to write over that history, and they're the ones that get to decide what is a celebration and what isn't at that point.
So when we think about Thanksgiving,
I like him. Check. I like him. Because he's spitting the facts. Buddy right here, he's spitting the facts. All right? He really said it. He really said it all. We have this perspective, right? From one perspective, and that's all we know. Right? We have for all the people that claim to be woke and all of this stuff, for all the people that claim to be pro-black and all of this stuff, just think about what you celebrate. You have one perspective of how it went, opposed to the people that actually went through it and the story that's being told through their lens. And nobody wants to talk about their story, and everybody wants to just go off of one perspective. You're supposed to be equal. All of these things that y'all trying to say, we're supposed to be hearing people, always supposed to be caring about people's feelings. You know what I'm saying? That's what y'all was telling Kyrie. We're supposed to be caring about people's feelings. We're supposed to be caring about what other people went through. And all of these things, but I'm hearing a lot of being ignored. I'm hearing a lot of people just saying, oh, it is what it is. I don't hear nobody fighting against, you know what I mean, everybody else. I don't hear it. I don't hear it, bro. I don't hear it, bro. And it's crazy because it's like we well, I'm gonna just be familiar. If it's coming from the white man and the white man said that you need to listen up, a lot of people gonna have their ears wide open. That's a fact. We just literally seen it for the last 2 weeks. It's a fact. Everybody got to care about the atrocities that happened, the Holocaust. Nobody cares about the atrocities that happened during the Thanksgiving, right? We're gonna just completely disannul it and don't care about it. The one European Jew that I would do the reaction on, he said slavery is irrelevant. And I feel like that's the exact same way that y'all look at this, you know what I'm saying, situation. Native Americans, they irrelevant. It's crazy that a lot of this history is getting changed. A lot of this history is being left out. A lot of the understanding doesn't, you know what I mean, doesn't matter. It's irrelevant now. Good, man. All right, Chad. We're going to go to the end of the video. I ain't going to react to the whole thing. It's pretty long. We pretty much got the gist of it. The guy, he said everything. He said everything.
And to be around people that they love, to take time away from going to school, going to work.
Them as well. In the Thanksgiving came out, speak to our people, see where their mind was at, see if we can, Lord willing, get one soul to change, right? Because we know that this holiday, this holiday, there's nothing to be thankful about. Our people were slaughtered, massacred throughout this whole land. This whole land was an inheritance that the Most High gave them. When you read that in Second Ezra, right? They came on this side of the land to essentially to keep God's commandments, but through idolatry,
Shalom.
they went away. They strayed from God's laws, and the curses came upon them as well. So you can say the Northern Kingdom started fulfilling the curses in Deuteronomy, majority of the curses first. So they are Israel. They're not Gooks. They're not Asians. They didn't come from Bering Strait. They're Israelites. This holiday should tell you, hey, they are Israelites. Okay?
Officer, real quick, if I can, like, you know, a lot of our people responses when we asked them about the holiday, they knew that it was a lot of sides to it, right? Ultimately, they knew that it was something that wasn't being told right about the holiday. They knew what the conquistadors came and did to the natives, but if you notice what a lot of people said, their reason was it was for family as to why they celebrate the holiday. And a lot of the reasons why people won't come out of the things, that's what the scriptures say, Jeremiah 2:33, right? Why trimmest thou ways to seek love? And a lot of times, because we're scared of our families saying, oh, why you not celebrating Thanksgiving? We don't want to come out of it. So we'll continue in the evil, knowing that it's, you know, evil.
Correct. Hey, that's a good segue to this article. Let's read that article. All right, written by Glenn Ford, I believe. It's called The American Thanksgiving. Go ahead.
It says, white America embraced Thanksgiving because a majority of that population glories in the fruits, if not the unpleasant details of the genocide and slavery, and feels, on the whole, good.
Wait. So there's a population of Esau, the white people, that they glory in the fruits, but they also glory in the genocide as well that their forefathers did to the Northern Kingdom.
They feel good about their heritage, a cornucopia of privilege and national power. Right. Children are taught to identify with the good fortune of the Pilgrims. It does not matter much that the Native American and African Holocaust that flowed from the feast at Plymouth are hidden from the children's version of the story. Kids learn soon enough that Indians were made scarce and Africans became enslaved.
You see that? And this is still true to this day. They're still telling those little stories, romanticizing what happened to the Northern Kingdom and ourselves as well. Okay?
Make America great again.
Hey, we got one right here. We got Gad right here. How do you feel about this, bruh? How you feel about this?
Right now, officer, I'm kind of choked up. You know, when I think about what happened to my forefathers, but all y'all go read the Starving Time of 1609. We gave Esau hell. Gave him hell. Don't take it no more. Israelite power.
All right.
Okay, crazy, bro. Yeah, crazy. All right, Chad. Look, man. We gotta stop celebrating these things, man. Gotta get up out of this. Find a way, any way, to get up out of these, you know what I'm saying, situations. Where we sitting here celebrating oppression. That's what we love to do. Celebrate oppression. You know what I'm saying? And always gung ho to fight against our people when it comes to the same situations. We hypocritical, double-sided.
Are there big birds?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, you good, you good. Why do I keep on seeing that Kanye was not arrested? I know it's not true. Or did he actually get arrested? That's a shame. That's crazy. Have y'all heard about the dancing baby mama? Have y'all heard about the baby mama that was doing the dancing and stuff like that? Like she made a rap song. It was weird. Very weird. Like I can't even, I don't even know what to say about it, bro. It's like, it was very odd. All right, Chad. What we watching? What we watching? We got some videos in the Discord. I know I'm supposed to be doing a Happy Thanksgiving song. I was supposed to be doing a Happy Thanksgiving song. Oh, I just watched this earlier. I just watched this earlier. I just watched that video earlier. With my wife. I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna do a separate video on that too. That's also kind of a long video. All right, Chad. The one about getting rid of her babies. No. It's a whole nother one now. That's a whole nother one. That's the one that was rapping about killing her child. I'm talking about a whole nother one. I don't know what the name of the song was about, but or the name of the song was. But all I know is it was crazy. It was crazy. She was dancing around a store, rapping about let me see. I think her name was what's her name? Shoot, what's her name? Yo. What is her name? That's Summer Walker. Yeah. That's what it is. You haven't seen it? Oh. Yeah, I can go to Reddit. This right here, this foolishness. Over here dancing around, looking crazy with a baby in her stomach. And ain't this the same? Hold up, Chad. Nope. All right. So this is the crazy. All right. So this is what I find is super crazy, right? Okay, Chad. So I'm not gonna play the video. But what I am gonna do is I want to show y'all I want to kind of show you a comparison, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, I believe this is the same chick that was at the grocery store. This is the same chick that was at the grocery store wearing a modest dress. Let's see if I can get my... Now, I will say that some people was definitely calling her a hood rat for this. I will definitely say, all right, that's a... This is foolishness. This is ridiculous, honestly. What is really going on? Hold on, chat. Because I want to pull up the other video. I mean the other picture. All right, so this is the other picture. All right, this is the other picture. All right. Okay, so take her off the screen. All right, chat. So this is the foolishness that be going on. This is the type of foolishness that be going on, chat. On the left side, you have a sister covered up, shopping for food. You know what I'm saying? Now, on the right side, you have the same sister out here dancing around with her baby in her stomach with some booty shorts on, looking crazy. Like you would have never thought in a million years this is the same person. You would have never thought in a million years. Hold up, chat. You would have never thought in a million years that these two people are the same person. It's crazy. It's crazy. But this is what I thought was interesting about this, right? Now, yes, on the right side, you did have a couple people that was like, hey, you need, like, I don't know what you think you're doing. I don't know what you think you're doing with this. This is trashy. You don't need to be doing this. You know what I'm saying? I did see that. But there's a lot of other sisters that is applauding this which I seen on the right side, right? There's some people that's applauding what you're seeing on the right side. But then on top of that, right, you got people on that talk about her on the left side, calling her a slave, trying to like talk down on her because she had a dress on, she was covered up. Bro, it is so weird how it like anything that resembles some type of righteousness or any of that stuff, right? Will get you pretty much canceled. People gonna talk down on you and all that stuff. But you go out here and you show your, you know what I'm saying? Show your butt on social media and everybody's applauding you, everybody loving it, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's the weirdest thing. The weirdest thing. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Stuff. I don't know. I don't even know enough about her to like care what she's into. But I just thought it was just like super hilarious that like our people just hate like they hate truth, or they hate anything that can coincide with the scriptures, but they love any type of evil that we do. You know what I'm saying? Any type of evil that we do. All right, what's this? What's this? This is Rihanna. Chat. We got in the Discord. I know we got some stuff in the Discord. I'm gonna go check for everything. I said check the Reddit a little bit earlier. A little bit ago. All right. See, I've been dropping up in the Reddit real quick. Hold on. It's been a minute since I've been up in here. I don't even remember what the last video I did. Okay. But how long ago? It's been a minute since I've been in the Reddit. Hold up, Chad. Hold up, Chad. Oh, that was what they were talking about the Q-Dog stuff.
Yo, for real, you knocked out that nigga Batman? Hey, yo, bro, I be telling these niggas to stop playing with us, bro. I be really trying to tell them, for real. Yo, what did you just say? Hey, yo, bro, I'm on the phone with the big duns right now. All right, you get out of here, bro. I ain't worried about who you on the phone with, bro. Why are you saying the N-word? Why are you saying that? Hey, hold on, bro. I'll call you back, bro. Hey, my nigga. I'm from Dunsendorf, my nigga. All right, so, like, it's cool. I get to say it. Yo, it don't matter where you come from. I ain't worried about none of that, bro. You are white. You can't say that word, bro. I don't know who made you think you got the pass. I don't know who made you think that, but you don't. You don't. I don't know why you think you got it, but you don't. What, you gonna take it from me, nigga? I just said I'm from Dunsendorf, bro. I got it already. It's already mine, nigga. I just said I don't care where you from, you Dunzel dork.
What is Dunsendorf? Like, is this something that just he does? Or like, I'm not familiar with what that is. You know what I'm saying, Chad? I'm not familiar with it. What is it? What is it? Cardi B did. Exactly.
You are white. You're Caucasian, my nigga. You are the color of spit, bro. Your complexion is construction paper, bro. You are toothpaste in the flesh. You cannot say that word. What you reaching in your pocket for, bro? What you reaching for? Yo, how you fit a dumbbell? That word pass is that important to you, nigga? You'll go through all this just to say the N-word? Are you serious?
Two is a fool, bro. Oh my goodness. We can find out that it was feet on the Bible so people did less. That's crazy. That's funny. Bro, what? So I didn't know what a Q dog was until like all of this stuff was just recently happened with I was about to call him Josh Brown. That is not his name. Jayla Brown. And he thought that IUIC was Q dog. So I don't know if T Murph was a prophet or what, but he definitely called it before. I think, wait. Yeah, he definitely called it before this whole situation happened. That's funny. Oh, Chad. All right, so this is the Euphrates River theory. I actually seen this. And I was like, yes. Interesting. All right, Chad. Let's check it out. Let's See what they're talking
scary things that have been happening at the Euphrates River.
What's going on there?
Okay, so
Wait,
the
did we do
Euphrates
this?
River is actually located in the Middle East, and it's considered one of the longest rivers in the world. But it's actually drying up. Like, it's almost completely dry. But where the river is drying up, they're actually finding caves and different structures that have been under the river this entire time. But it's actually really scary that they're finding this.
I don't get what's so scary about that.
So what's crazy is the drying up of the Euphrates River is actually written in the Bible. And in the book of Revelations chapter 9:14 through 9:15, it says, release the 4 angels bound to the great river Euphrates. And then it says the angels were released to kill 1/3 of all mankind.
So what you're saying is when the river dries up, it's basically the end of the world.
Yeah, and just to put that number in perspective, 1/3 of the world is 2.6 billion people. And it's just super weird that they're finding all these caves under the Euphrates River. Do you know all the scary things that have been happening?
Look, bruh. Look, bruh. I'm trying to tell you that Bible more important than what y'all be thinking. That Bible more important than what y'all be thinking. Y'all thinking that it's just a fairy tale book until the prophecies start happening. Until the prophecies start happening, then, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Euphrates is drying up, though. Euphrates is drying up, though. And it's going to get crazy once it does. You know? It's going to get crazy once it does. Okay, we did watch it. Okay. All right, so I think this is the newest of videos. If I'm not mistaken.
You have a huge community in Africa that they know in tradition that they are Hebrews, that they are from child of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. They know it for sure. You have communities that are running services and prayers by the halakha, keeping Shabbat and eating kosher. They know their roots. Like, you can't argue with them. They're stronger than you. They will tell you who they are. They don't ask you even. And they have the Bible and it's all written over there, and they don't have no problems in life. Except of that we're not able to accept them, to recognize the godliness of the holy tribes that is treasured inside them, their souls. And you have the problem not recognizing your own brother and not understanding that there's a way to let him back in. Because we have today all the power to do that. We have all the sources, we have the land, we have everything we need. Except of the key to our hearts that is still missing.
Jeremiah 16:19. O Yehovah, my strength and my fortress, and my refuge in the day of affliction. The Gentiles shall come unto thee from the ends of the earth, and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies.
We were just talking about you, God. We were just talking about you. But no, he actually, I see what he's saying, bro. I see what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? And pretty much he was spitting like, look, these people know who they are. You know what I mean? You can't tell you to lie to them. They know who they are, and they know what they're coming from. It would be wrong of us if we continue to hold this information back. You know what I'm saying? Or try to lie to them because they know too much, right? And then he said we had a resource. We their brother. We had a resource. This is them trying to cleave, Chad. This is them trying to cleave because it says in the scriptures that they are going to cleave unto us, right? They're going to cleave unto us. And he was right that they are our brother, but they are our brother Esau. So let's get that clear, Chad. Let's make sure we get that clear. Oh, Chad, look. So remember we were watching that video with the sister that got her wig pulled off, right? All right. So I found
Does not.
I found the exclusive clip, Chad. I found the exclusive clip. You know what I'm saying? Doing a little bit of research. I wanted to know, how did the wig come off the lady head? I wanted to know that, Chad. So I did some research, and look what I found.
If it does not. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bruh. We gonna keep this? I can't even reach it, bro. This is... He has the best.
Bro, that's so funny. Bro, that's so funny. I was like, man, why would they do that? Why did he make this video, yo? Why did he make this video? Hey, We Woke Now channel has really been fire. It's been really fire. That's funny. Bloodline of Judah. Hey, bro, I'm starting to think that Shula King know what he talking about, bro. I'm really starting to think that he know what he talking about, bro, because he be saying some stuff. And he been coming at Christianity for a hot little minute now. I ain't even gonna lie.
Toby!
Yeah. I didn't do that. That told me that's crazy. That's good. That's crazy.
I am not asking anybody to take a chance on me. I'm asking you to take a chance on your own aspirations.
I'm not just asking you to take a chance on me. I'm also asking you to take a chance on your own aspirations.
I haven't spent much of my life in politics, which most of you know, but I've spent enough time in Washington to know how much we need to change Washington.
I haven't spent a lot of time learning the ways of Washington, but I've been there long enough to know that the ways of Washington must change.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our Treasure Valley communities,
the El Paso, Las Cruces communities,
Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But
we are concerned about the trouble and trend of irresponsible, one-sided news stories.
All right, so yeah. This is odd. This is odd. This is very odd, bro. Why do they all have the same, you know what I'm saying? Who they writer, bro? I want to know. You know what I'm saying? Who giving out the information? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Who they really reading on that, you know what I'm saying? Who they really reading on that, yeah. Can't think of it. Chat. Yeah, who they ghostwriter, chat? They got the same ghostwriter. They got something happened. Something happened. All right.
When I look through Israel's roster of women.
Oh, bro, she was spitting gems on this joint. I ain't even gonna lie. She was spitting gems on this joint. That's why I had to.
When I look through Israel's roster of women, it's this everybody look at my aesthetic life instead of look at what the Most High has done for me. And this is how you can attain it by doing X, Y, and Z that the Most High asks you to do. There's not enough women out here teaching other women in a humble, meek way. A lot of women don't understand it's a lifestyle. It's not something that can be posted because a lot of people ain't who they post to be. We have to rely on each.
I ain't gonna lie, I had to, you know what I'm saying? I had to grab that one, bro. I had to grab that little quote because everybody ain't who they post to be. That was fire. That was fire.
We have to rely on each other, and we can't because we're too busy trying to be better than one another. Trying to get the most traffic to our page or reactions or get our algorithms up or whatever, bro. And it's I'm just saying, like.
Hey, she's spitting, bro. She's definitely spitting on there. You know what I'm saying? She's definitely spitting on there. This is also I posted as well. She was definitely spitting. I feel like she's 100% right. She's 100% right. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really be too tapped into like the sisters, you know what I'm saying, what they got going on, but I do see some sisters in the truth that's like posting, like, but not like educated. And I feel like, bro, it's a lack of education from the sisters to the younger sisters and to the children. Like a very big one. You know what I mean? Like, I could go on platforms for days and find some men teaching anything. But it's like, I feel like there's a lack of that for the women and building that type of system where it's like sisters know what, you know what I mean? Like helping each other out, bro. Like I don't know. I might be wrong. I might be, you know what I'm saying? I ain't see it because, you know, I do it on the back end, but I'll never see it. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the lack of communication, whatever. Like, I think it's something that definitely could be done. But yeah.
Out on date without telling him I'm trans.
That's gotta be the scariest thing.
Definition of RAP3. Unlawful sexual activity and usually sexual intercourse carried out forcibly or under threat of injury against a person's will or with a person who is beneath a certain age or incapable of valid consent because of mental illness, mental deficiency, intoxication, unconsciousness, or deception. So if you sleep with that guy without telling him that you're transgender, then you have raped him because you withheld information that would cause him to withdraw his consent. He is unable to give consent because he is not fully informed. Not to mention you just asking to get beat up. And then when you do, if you make it out alive, you're going to be like, transphobia.
Hey. You spin, bro. You spin some facts, bro. I ain't even gonna cap. You spin some facts, bro. Alright, bro, hold up. Answer to them.
Said that we think that they're inferior. I think it's partly part of your own complex that you have to get over because I don't feel you're inferior. I have nothing against black people.
I mean, excuse me, this is the situation. Every young white adult says, I have not done this to black people. I have not done that to black people. But your forefathers are the ones who have set us in the situation we are in. Now, what I'm saying is this. When Nat Turner stood up, you all rejected him. You killed him. When Marcus Garvey stood up, you all rejected him, enslaved him. He died a broken heart. Now, what I'm saying is this. Your fathers have put us in the condition we are in, and today you are profiting from what your forefathers have done. Now, my grandchildren are going to be raised, and your children are going to say to them, they have not done to them because you are the ones who are going to do to my grandchildren what they're going to experience if the situation continues. Now, what I'm saying is this. When we talk about America falling, what we are saying is this. If you all want to control America, then we must have a land base that we control. You all cannot continue printing the dollar bill and then expect us to abide by your rules.
Why cut off, bro? It's crazy when. No, it is, bro. It is. That's how you know. People always talk about, oh, we progressed so far. We progressed so far. Y'all realize that the only real progression that really happens is black people having more money. You know what I mean? Maybe and get more positions. That if you speak or say the wrong thing, you'll get stripped of immediately. So you don't really have no power in the position that you're in, but you just have a higher position, right? But the only reason why a lot of these things is happening, you know what I mean, why you getting so much more money is because they're making so much more money. You know what I'm saying? And they don't have to really be in those positions of power because they know how to handle a person that I've never had any money and get put in a position of power. So now they don't have to do those jobs. They just put somebody up in, they just put somebody up in that job and then they threaten them if they get out of line. That's how it is. That's how it is, bro.
I'm not gonna hold you. I'm a little pissed off how you watch your man get beat down and you jump in with the odds. I'm not gonna hold you. I'm a little pissed off how you watch your man get beat down and you jump in with the odds. We the only ones they play with like this cause they know they can. How you know? Cause what about Jeff Bezos? They ain't say one word to that man. But anyways, back to the crabs in the barrel in the bucket. Stop coming down on your brothers in the open, the public. Soldier in the army, that's rule number one. This not just about a post. Get on your post, they having fun. We should unite and throw Nike away. I'm a product of Farrakhan. I spot game a mile away. Talking about educate us on your struggle are still taking place to this day. Man, get out your bubble. Our identity was stolen. He just trying to get it back. How about you read our history and get sensitive to that? Matter of fact, God is watching how y'all treat us. Educate yourself. You cannot buck break us. Kyrie said, I apologize. They said that's not enough. Give us $500,000 for the tweet. Are you drunk? When they attack one, they really attacking all of us. So thank you for the lesson. Now there's no stopping us.
She was definitely spitting, bro. Bro, I heard that from, yeah, I dropped a reaction on it. It's on the channel. That boy was going crazy. That boy was going crazy. Push away summer 1919 again. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he was definitely going crazy. All right, what's this? I've been seeing this.
What the heck's going on here? Dozens of sheep have been eerily walking around in a perfect circle for 12 days straight. Where? In China. Now, is it aliens? We don't know. Have they been brainwashed by the liberal media? We don't know. Nobody seems to know while they're walking in circles. So, Will Kane, what is this?
Oh, hold up, chat. Dang, chat. Oh, hold up. Wait, what's this? I gotta get a what's the name so they don't hit me. You know, every time they got them they on them certain videos, I can't post it because they hit me with they won't even hit me with a strike, but they can take my video down for copyright. So that's why sometimes when I be seeing them logos and certain things like that, I can't be posting them because if they hit me with another copyright strike, then I might get 2 strikes and I won't be able to post for like 2 weeks. So if y'all
slavery became in America illegal. Everyone that had slaves was still lawmakers. Slavery became in America illegal. Everyone that had slaves was still lawmakers that used to have slaves. They still were passing laws. So can you imagine this conversation? Yo, what are we gonna do now? We don't have slaves. Well, we have to make it where they're slaves, but they don't know it. How do we do that? Well, let's suppress them and let's make them fight each other. So every time one kills, we get 1 killed, and then 1 goes to jail. We get 2 for 1. Plus, they all have kids. They have kids. So now they don't have parents. They're disenfranchised. So now the kids do the same exact thing because they have nobody to lead them. It's just a plan to make us think we're winning when we're losing. But what we really do is we give away our freedom. So what happens is you commit a crime, you hurt your brother, and now legally you're in chains. You're put in a cage and you're working for slave wages. And now, instead of slave master, it's warden or CO. It's a plan. So they always trick us into giving away our freedom by dangling a bag.
Cause that's what most issues. That's what they be going to jail because they chasing that bag. I'm gonna just tell you right now, it's because of the bag, and then behind that is quote unquote respect, which is mostly because of the bag, and you know what I mean. So it's like, bro. Got a point there. You definitely got a point there.
You say that all whites are racist. Can you expound on that, please?
Any white person who was born, raised, and schooled in the United States of America, if you aren't a racist, you're a miracle. Either that or you decided to educate yourself. Because education in this country is about white is right, brown's all right, black's got to stand back. Yellow's mellow, but whites, we educate in a way that says that white males have done all the adventures, have made all the adventures, have done all the discovering, have made all, everything that is good and has been accomplished according to social studies, which is actually anti-social studies, by white males. It's a lie. But we do that in order to maintain the myth of white superiority. The myth of race has to be maintained at all costs in this country. Because if white people have to give up the color of their skin as being something that makes them perfect, what do they have left?
Hey, look, bro, what y'all dropping these gems up in the Discord like that for? What y'all got going on, chat? You know what I'm saying? Ain't no turkey, you know, ain't no mac and cheese, right? No, nothing like that. We ain't doing that over here. You know what I'm saying?
She had a priesthood. Her priest.
All right, what's this?
She had a priesthood.
Why does this sound so?
She had a priesthood. Her priests, listen to this, in her temples were men who dressed up as women. And they acted as women dressed up. So what's going to happen if she comes back? What's going to happen is, as she possesses a culture, is that men will start dressing. We'll start seeing that in our culture, which we do. These are her ancient priesthood. Also, they were involved in same-sex sexuality. We see that explosion as well. Also, it says, remember, she says she turns men into women, transitions them, and women into men. Her priest, many of her priests were actually surgically altered. She caused them to be surgically altered.
I never knew that.
Yes.
I thought that was just something of our generation.
Well, we do it more sophisticated, but she especially, all the gods, but they go after the children. Because if you have the children, you have the future. And so that happened in ancient times, happening now. And so you think, what would possess an adult to do this to children? Well, what would possess it? The spirit. This is what, the spirit of the goddess.
There you go, chat. Look, one thing that you'll realize, and a lot of people don't. There's nothing on this earth that's new. There's nothing on this earth that is a new thing. Just like Yanika said, you know what I'm saying, in the chat. There's nothing new under the sun. That's what it says in Ecclesiastes. There's nothing, bro. Everything that's here now has been here before. It's been here before. And that's how we know that the results are going to be the same. That's why we don't agree with these things. Because we know the result. We know the end result. All of this stuff has already been prophesied. And it's already happened before. Whoa, they kicked you out of YouTube like they signed you out? I'll play the video. Okay. What's this about? I didn't think of this.
Okay, so obviously cereal boxes, you know, you can't shut them, can you? They always open up again. So yeah, look at this. So you take the two sardines, fold them in, fold this one in as well, fold it like a Mackey's box, so it's like that, and then tuck that on the inside, and fold them in again, and then look at that.
Never open again, chat.
Bit of useless information for you there.
Not gonna lie, my wife do it all the time now with our cereal. The demon's name is Esra. Exactly. And it's the same person, Ashrock, it's the same, it's Ishtar. You know what I'm saying? It's the same, they all the same. Nah, I just crashed the app. That's crazy. That's crazy. Baby, bro, I'm trying to tell you, just a little bit of truth, just a little bit of truth can really, you know what I'm saying? Just a little bit of shit. Look at all these, you know what I'm saying? Brothers and sisters, you know what I'm saying? Beautiful brothers and sisters out here conducting, you know what I'm saying? Making society amazing. You know what I mean? Okay. I see you out here with the good stuff. You know what I'm saying? In comedy and joy.
This is just police repellent. All right, good looking crowd. First time in Utah. Yeah. It's very white. White people, let me share something with y'all. Y'all may not know. White people, y'all like to whisper the race of the person that you're talking about. Saw this happen to me one time. It was like, hey, you know, Mike Goodwin's gonna be there. The black guy. I was like, why are you whispering? That is not a secret. People give me a hard time because of my appearance. This is how I typically dress. People are like, Mike, why you always so dressed up? I'm like, I'm not dressed up.
Okay.
This is just police repellent.
That's crazy. It's a little bit long video. I might have to check it out. Might have to check it out. What's this video we talking about? In the video audience. All right.
I'm okay.
Come on, baby. Some of these long videos, chat. What's some of these long videos? I don't know. What is time? Can you give like a bombshell reptilian killer, child killer? You destroy a witness. Must see. I don't know. I don't really know. Is there a timestamp that you have, or is this just like her speaking? Exposing satanic rituals. I might have to watch this on my own time. It's like an hour long. You know what I'm saying? I'll be trying to keep the videos. They can't always happen, you know. But for like those longer videos, I'll probably have to react to it and then show it and then post it. I mean that way I have to cut certain things out and everything like that. I can tap into it and watch it.
Oh, I got a good one. So a guy walks into a bar.
A guy. Okay, so it's gender-based then.
So a person walks into a bar.
Oh, a bar. So we're just not considering those as substance abuse issues?
So a person walks.
Walking. A bit ableist, if you ask me.
So a person.
A person. Okay, think about the otherkin for once.
So a thing.
A thing. How dehumanizing can you be? S-O, significant other. Think about domestic violence issues. Oh my gosh. And now you're grunting like a caveman. Oh!
That's how sensitive this generation is.
History Month you find ridiculous. Why? You're going to relegate my history to a month? Oh, come on. What do you do with yours? Which month is White History Month? Well, come on, tell me. Well, I'm Jewish. Okay, which month is Jewish History Month? There isn't one. Oh, why not? Yeah. Do you want one? No. I don't either. I don't want a Black History Month. Black history is American history. How are we going to get rid of racism? Stop talking about it. I'm going to stop calling you a white man. Yeah. And I'm going to ask you to stop calling me a black man. I know you as Mike Wallace. You know me as Morgan Freeman. Probably.
Right. Look, you don't want white history, man. Why do we have to have a black history? I agree. The whole thing, watch it. Reaction. Fact. Yeah, as I said, I could probably drop the reaction on it. I could probably drop the reaction on the channel. I just have
Is the
to
sheep preaching
sit
hate
down and watch it.
when he says, I'm not going to let the wolf eat me anymore? If the wolf comes in here, next time he comes in here, I'll do whatever I have to do to keep him off my back. Is the sheep violent or is the wolf the violent one? He wasn't teaching hate, he was teaching common sense. You know, somebody's knocking you over the head, stop them. Do whatever you have to do to stop them. You know, the ones that were knocking him over the head were afraid of the fact that he might swing back, so they said, no, he's teaching hate, he's violent.
Look, bro. Look, bro. I'm about to have to start watching those interviews from him and from Morgan Freeman. Look, bro. If I'm just trying to defend myself, right? I'm just trying to defend myself and speak my piece, or whatever the case may be. Why every time I say something, now I'm preaching hate, or I'm speaking hate, or I'm a hate group. But I'm simply just trying to get my people to come together. Like, it's funny because I didn't get the video that you sent me earlier. They was talking about that, right? Where it was talking about how they were calling them a hate group, and it was like, why did they call you a hate group? And he was Bishop Nathaniel was saying, like, they called me a hate group because we're trying to get our people to come back together. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get our people to come back together. The ones that they continue to try to funnel through the music world, the entertainment world, the basketball, football world, and all of that stuff. We're trying to get those people, along with the rest of our people that's in these terrible conditions, trying to get them to come out of it, right? And because now we speaking the truth and making them realize what the reality of this world is, now they want to deem it as hateful because we're not in agreement to getting veto across our back no more. You know what I mean? And we want to free ourselves from out of this. You know what I'm saying? And come together and unite as one people. And they hate it. So now we get the label as hate.
Assalamu alaikum, family. Brother Reads Islam. You are not about to like your brother right now. McDonald's eat. Back to our program. McDonald's, also known as Mickey D's, Mickey Destruction, Mickey Demise, Mickey Death, Mickey Diabetes, Mickey Obesity. Not how you spell it. McDonald's, currently the largest fast food chain on the planet with a little over 38,000 locations in a little over 110 countries. Wow. Currently uses a little over 1 billion pounds of beef every year in America. That's a little over 5,500,000 cows. But according to the United States Department of Agriculture, there are a little over 98 million cows currently in America. Mathematically, it would take about a little less than 18 years for all of the beef to be gone. Interesting. Does not include restaurants, does not include all of the other fast food chains, does not include grocery stores. So what am I saying? What the hell are you eating? Because clearly it ain't mystery meat. Get your mystery meat here. Don't be mad. Y'all ain't used real meat since Ronald McDonald got fired. I wouldn't even trust the orange juice in this place. $1 for any soft drink. Ain't nothing but sewer water and syrup. All right, I'm done.
Hey, talk to him. Let him know. All this stuff. Y'all be eating fast? Y'all eat fast food? Y'all eat fast food a lot? Or y'all be trying to make your meals on your own? He said Malcolm X. Oh yeah. The whole anti-Semitic stuff. Absolutely. They definitely was they definitely was trying to get him for the same thing, for the same reason. Same reasons, bro. Right. Hey, Chad. So when we was watching Pootie P video when he was saying act black, and they kicked us off the stream. But I ended up finishing the video for y'all, so I'm gonna drop that video in a couple of days. But do y'all want to watch? Do y'all want to watch the act white for $500 or something like that? I think that was the other video that he had, and he was going to people and asking them to act white. Anybody been dropping any music? Yeah. Great unknown. All right. I got one video. Oh, we've been playing this whole time? It has, Chad. It has. And we didn't even know it was playing. It about to be the end of the video. It about to be the end of the video. So we got conservative parents versus liberal parents. I wanted to see their opinions, obviously. All right. Have you seen the white dude going up to the brother in the store and calling him the boy too? He was calling them boy and telling him to give him things. So at the labs. I can believe it too, because they've been selling fake meat for a minute. They've been selling fake meat for a minute. All right, we're not even about to get into all of that. Another video, middle ground, conservative parents versus liberal parents.
Teachers have their own political agendas. Step forward if you agree.
What? Why is she?
Have their own political agendas. Step forward if you agree.
Why did? No, that's. What do y'all agree or do y'all disagree? Teachers have their own political agendas, like to push. Like teachers be pushing their political opinion on their classroom. What do you think? What do you think? I would have to say that I agree with it because I remember. Sounds like yeah. Because I remember being in school, bro. It was a teacher that did not like me because I believed in the Bible, and we've never seen eye to eye about anything, but because he used to always try to push his ideologies and his opinions and, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that, the way he viewed life, we try to push it on the students. And a lot of us was not with it. This was when I was in middle school, too.
I think it's important to recognize that individuals will have political agendas. It's a natural thing, and people should understand their political views. I think where we need to differentiate it is whether a teacher should have a political agenda in a classroom.
But is your idea of a political agenda like these teachers telling students, this is who you should vote for, if you vote for these people, it's wrong.
Yes,
if you vote for
or
these
ridiculing
people, it's right.
the beliefs that they may have for political or religious reasons, and using their position of authority
to mold the minds of everyone else.
When it comes to diversity or these new sort of terms, I am not for certain types of so-called diversity when it comes to these new kind of topics. And
Can you expand upon that? Like, what do you think
like
shouldn't be
critical
included?
race theory or some of the gender ideologies. It's not diverse if you're the teacher, the person of authority in the classroom, and you are saying this is how something should be.
Yeah, so I come from an elementary perspective. I'm a first grade teacher, so the conversations we're having in class isn't about the socioeconomic nature of the world. But you know, we do talk about just what it looks like for different people in different communities. So when I talk about a political agenda, the agenda that I have in the classroom is to create an environment where folks are able to, you know, better understand from wherever someone's coming from.
The problem with that, and I understand the sentiment as a teacher, if a child is sitting there and they happen to be black and you're saying, well, black people such and such and such. I mean, you're really, that's not okay.
I do have to stop you there because that's not really said. It's not said black people do this.
Well,
it's not said Mexicans do this. Again, it's trying to understand from multiple perspectives. That's not saying that every group aligns on the same thought. That's not saying every group is a monolith. What it's saying is, even if you disagree with somebody or you come from a different tradition or a different cultural background, those people's opinions can still be valid.
And the disagree, step forward.
Yeah, I agree with it.
I'm gonna be honest, as a teacher, especially after COVID and all of that, I don't have time for a political agenda. I'm here trying to catch up with curriculum, pick up my readers that are, 2, 3 grade levels behind. I do not have time for that. I teach social emotional skills and all of that, but I'm not here to kind of, you need to believe this, and that. No. If you're a good person, we're good. We're gravy. All good. You know what I mean?
But your definition, and sometimes this can happen and it becomes political, is what is your definition of a good person? Would you think that I'm a good person because I'm raising my kids to be with Judeo-Christian values and they live in a heteronormative home where we talk about how divorce is wrong, cheating is wrong. We have friends of the LGBT community, but we teach our children that from a biblical perspective, that's not okay. Your definition of whether or not they are good could be very different than my definition of whether or not they are good.
To kind of clarify, in my classroom, if they're kind and they're not bashing anybody, judging anybody, kind of throwing out names, anything like that, they're good. It's not.
But you also got to think about it too. The rest of the world, society, is also teaching them to bash and judge people that have different beliefs from them. So, are you like speaking and correcting those issues? That's the real question.
To say that topics like that don't come up in class. And I do open it up to discussion. I just keep it clear that this is a safe space. We don't judge each other. We're not going to bash each other. I understand you have your own experiences, but we're not going to come in with an agenda, you can say. And I feel like this idea of parents and their teachers of their political biases and all of this is just all of this fear that is clouding their judgment, clouding.
Except we have numerous, not just.
We have experiences.
Yeah, my own child, first week of school, what pronouns she wanted to go by. I mean, not what's your favorite subject, how can I help you succeed academically?
Who's to say that wasn't a part of the questions too, And I understand that question could stand out.
So maybe you don't understand that you're teaching politics.
That's not politics. That's just like basic respect.
I think that's beautiful.
But it's not to me.
That's beautiful.
Not to me.
So I think you need your idea that's basic respect. What is the framework of that? Because I think that many teachers are going through these trainings, and the trainings are saying this is the framework of how we operate in the classroom. But where did that idea come from?
Because it's based off. It's called a thing called data.
Did you do that in 2010?
No, hold on. A lot of schools have research and development, and so the state also does. So in the state of California, we do research. So at the end of the day, my job is not just to make your kid to feel comfortable. I got 55 students. I got to make 55 students feel comfortable. And so when your kid comes home and tells you, well, Mom, the teacher said, what's my pronouns? Yeah, I did say what's your pronoun. I also said, what's your favorite TV show? What's your favorite food? I am a college professor now. I was previously a 3rd, 4th grade teacher. Teaching 3rd and 4th grade was horrible. Dealing with parents who thought their child was special and should be treated a certain way. It just wasn't doable. The constant complaining, the accusing people of doing things that are not going on in our classes, not being enough for their child. It was just too much. when parents don't have the knowledge of what goes on inside of a school, I think it's important for those parents to go to the school, and we as educators like our parents to be involved. You know, again, I have too many students to push an agenda. I do my job, what they pay me to do.
Discussion about sexuality doesn't belong in schools.
Okay, Chad, I have a question. Well, if y'all can answer this. Sexuality belong so sexuality be taught in school? I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? If money and all of these things ain't being taught in school, then why are we learning about our sexuality? You know what I'm saying? Why are we? Like, explain to me, why are we? You know what I mean? You don't know nothing about anything else. But it's like they want to push it.
I had a sex ed class when I was in 3rd grade, and it was quite simple. Boys go in this room, girls go in this room, they play a little video on a black and white TV. You know, you see the genitalia, and you're like, oh God, I got one of those, cool, now we're figuring out what I am. The fear is these schools have no boundaries. If they do the classroom thing where they want to split kids up, how many genders are we going to do this? We're going to put boys, them, and then girls, and then how many rooms do we need to create for equality? Or are we really chasing equity? And I think parents now are beginning to realize we've got to stop this and create framework about sexuality, especially in a hyper-sexualized culture. My kids don't need to know at 6, 7, and 8 years old about different types of sexual acts. That's not appropriate.
People think that this is just kind of happening, it's a one-off. It is in so many schools. Where I live in Florida, there was a poster going around where kids could text anonymous strangers to get information about sex. And on this poster in school, want to get laid?
Wow.
I mean, it's beyond, and there is a push for pleasure-based sex. Pleasure for who?
My oldest is 9 years old. She's in 3rd grade, and she's been exposed to things, and we do have conversations about it. But that's a conversation that I should be having with my 9-year-old daughter. If a 6th grader or a 4th grader is going to be prompted by a teacher, hey, what are your pronouns? As a parent, I should have a heads up about that because they're not even going to understand the question. And so I think that the idea that those conversations are started in the classroom instead of in the home is a big problem. I have a family member who first day of 6th grade was asked for her pronouns, and she stood up and said that as a person of faith, she believed that God didn't make a mistake making her a girl, and so therefore she identified as a she, her, and she was sent to the principal's office and punished for that decision. Thankfully, we haven't seen that broadly yet, but I think it's really damaging to take a shy, innocent 11-year-old child and make them stand in front of a classroom and determine something that they maybe haven't even put that much thought into.
I don't get it, bro. Punish for what? Having a belief. That's why I'm saying, bro, like, oh my goodness, this is what I'm saying. Like, the agenda, if you don't agree with this brand new agenda that just came out of nowhere, then you view as like the scum of the earth, bro. I'm telling you. You just view as the scum of the earth and nobody wants to hear what you're saying. That's weird. The weirdest thing, bro.
I like what you said, Sean, about how you were emphasizing, how a lot of parents today felt a goodness of the way that sexual education was conducted in the past. So there is an agreement that sexuality should be talked about in schools. The disagreement is whether it should just be purely heteronormative or if we should include all aspects of sexuality. I don't think that we're doing demonstrations to encourage children how to have sex, but this is something that we are trying to, again, educate and make them aware that this kind of things happen. And while you grow up, you're going to have to experience somebody who's of this orientation.
Kids are.
You know what's crazy though, and what I find is really odd. My opinion, the only reason why they like make it a thing to push sexuality in the schools is because they know that a lot of parents can't be there for their kids because they have to work a 9 to 5, and the school is with their kid for a majority of their life, honestly, in the beginning, right? The schools, you at school for most of your day, for real. You got to focus on school for most of your day. You know what I mean? So it's like they be with a lot of people, you know what I'm saying? Their kids be with the teachers and stuff like that way more than everybody else. So it's like, okay, we're gonna have to talk to them about this because now they're around a whole bunch of people. But it's like, when it comes to gender and all of this stuff, bro, y'all should not have a say-so in what my child believes as far as that goes. That should be solely up to the parent and what the parent wants to teach. And y'all cannot be forcing people, you know what I mean? Y'all cannot be forcing people to do these things, right? And on top of that, y'all should be giving these parents, y'all should be giving parents, like if y'all are going to inform these people, y'all should be giving parents the say-so to say, oh, this is what I want my kid to learn. You know what I'm saying? I don't want them to learn all of this, right? I don't
They're
understand
naturally
how.
curious, and I think that what I'm hearing from you is I understand where you're maybe potentially coming from, but then where's the line between that sex education and introducing them to porn? Because porn can be educational. I was a virgin when I got married, and for years I was made fun of and heard, well, how are you going to know if you don't try it? We hear that a lot too. If you haven't tried to kiss a girl to see if you like it or not, then how do you really know that you're not a lesbian? How do you really know that you're not gay if you've never slept with a guy? How do you really know that you want to be in a monogamous relationship if you don't sleep around? And when you start to introduce those questions to children, specifically prepubescent ones, they're going to naturally be curious, and their emotional and hormonal maturity is not there to be making those types of decisions that have lifelong impact.
Well, you're right, and a lot of them are learning at home, because just like you guys are saying, they come home to tell you things. Well, guess what? Those same kids come to school and talk about what you're telling them at home. You'll be surprised what I hear from students when I do a "What do you think?" Well, let me tell you what my mama and daddy did. And look, I don't have time. Your kid is not that important to me. Not to be rude, I got like 300 students. Your kid is no more important than the other 299. So I don't have time to sit up here and let me get you to think like me. I can't get my own 23-year-old to think like me. At the end of the day, what needs to happen, and this is just my own personal take, parents need to start being parents, because a lot of times the teachers are the parents. They're parenting your kids because absentee parenting.
I think that this conversation is really interesting, and I think we need to step back and look at why we automatically assume that if we're telling our children about lesbians, gay people, queer people, why do we immediately equivocate that to telling them about what sex is? That can just be something as simple as, here's a book. In this book, there are 2 dads. This book character has 2 dads. And kids, they can be inquisitive, and that's good, right? But also, like, they're gonna be like, cool, there's 2 dads.
All these kids know that there's a dad and a dad and a mom and a mom, and the culture is teaching all of that. So what we've noticed is that the curriculum in 8th grade and up is a lot deeper than that. It's more like, here is how you can have sex so you do not get pregnant. Illustration of anal sex. That is the stuff that we're now reacting against. And that, sadly, is the trust that's being broken between teachers and parents.
Yeah, and I think we're moving into a conversation about comprehensive sex ed. What I am talking about is when I go into this classroom and I'm teaching kids, I'm not going to just teach kids material that is heteronormative.
Out of curiosity, it sounds like what you're saying is you want to be able to introduce all ways of life. Like these are the people that you will encounter with throughout life.
That is what I'm arguing, yes.
So would it be okay to include a book with a man having a relationship with a 12-year-old in that book? I know it's extreme.
No,
hold on, but just hear me out.
Because now you're equivocating gay people to pedophiles.
No,
I'm not.
No, that's not who that is.
No, you're drawing a line that I'm not drawing.
And you're definitely crossing the line.
I agree. I agree. And this is why I'm bringing it up: is who establishes the boundary?
The law.
But what law? The law is.
But the law that's been signed in some states.
No, I'm sorry. No, there's laws between adults having sex with children. Now, if a student had 2 parents who happen to be of the same sex, I'm not going to sit there and discount who they are in my class. I cannot do that. I signed a contract.
I would never ask anybody to uplift or suppress any child. I want there to be equality in the classroom. What I am saying is that there are factual instances where this is being taught in classrooms. I pulled my children out of public school because there are so many instances of this happening. I am a parent. I'm looking in the book bag every day. I'm checking in with homework. I am talking to the teachers and the principals, and I'm involved. But we didn't know that, during class, there were images shown of literal sex acts or describing certain situations that were inappropriate for young children.
We have a belief system at home.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, if that's the case, I'm telling you, bro, my kids is not going to public school. I promise you. Not gonna, because there's way too much. It's way too many agendas being pushed. It's way the misinformation. It's just all of this stuff is not there. And then on top of all of this, they only romanticize these things. They only romanticize these things where it's like, oh, if you do this, this is amazing. This is good. They don't ever talk about the deep, the dark situations. They don't talk about how if you go into being a girl and then you want to turn into a boy again, you can't. Or, you know what I'm saying? These things, they don't talk about if you're a female and you go sleep with another female, you know what I'm saying? And then you've been telling everybody that you're not interested in guys because you never tried it before, whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? You might have tried it, you had a bad experience, whatever. And then you go and you gotta pretty much convince the world that you're not gay anymore, and all of these things, bro. It's just too much. It's way too much to be sitting here trying to think about. I'm not doing it, bro. Like, I'm not about to sit here and put my kids through that mental gymnastics. It's not happening. It's not happening, bro. It's not happening. And then now I have to fight against the system. No. Homeschool is about to be
and the
thing
children want to break the
2023.
boundaries of that belief system naturally because we're human beings. That's just what we do. And we're trying to confine them to a set of beliefs to say, this is what is right in our home. And we're seeing the schools get funding from Planned Parenthood. They tried to pass a bill to put medical facilities to offer abortions in high schools here in California. And it's gradual, right? It starts with, this is a book that has two dads. This is a book with two moms. And it's just a gradual curiosity that could leverage and break away that child from the root in the home. My education growing up was fully public education. College is where I started getting a curiosity
bunch of craziness,
for
bro.
education, and I think I'm so passionate about the education system today because it is obviously broken, but how do we fix it? Many of these progressive ideas in fixing it is just more empathy, sympathy, safety, but in reality, I see the public school system isn't actually accomplishing the goal of what education is, which is teaching critical thinking, how to understand, how to ask good questions, and then comprehend how to problem solve.
Affirmative action is racial discrimination.
So, okay.
There was a high school down.
Okay, so, okay. So it's parents versus teachers. I didn't even realize that until right now. But we see that the parents have a certain aspect on it, and then the teachers have a certain aspect on it because coming from the teacher's perspective, your views might be a little warped. It might be a little warped.
On the street from where I live in Los Angeles that encouraged all the kids of color to apply for their school play. And only once all the kids of color received whatever positions they wanted, then the white kids could apply. That, in my opinion, is an example of discrimination. The fact that we now have Harvard has black-only kids' dorms, that to me is segregation.
With affirmative action, we've seen with Harvard lawsuits and other things how it's backfiring and it's picking and choosing of which minorities can and cannot have success. It was done to try to create or make up for the wrongs of our past, but I think it's really backfired.
Yeah, it's really, excluding those excelling students in other races to fix the problems of the past, like you said. But I think the past, there were a lot of minorities that were excelling and doing really well.
Despite the foot of the
Exactly.
government, and like
Yes.
kudos to them.
Yes.
Incredible, strong human beings. And we shouldn't have that discrimination in any way anymore, but unfortunately, it has become a discrimination against other groups.
Yeah, it's racism. It is racism. If you are taking a group of people and judging them on their race and setting them aside, giving them a special treatment, if you are uplifting a person or you are trying to suppress a person because of their race, that is racism. So we're supposed to believe that someone like Barack Obama's children are like struggling because they're black? Like, that's ridiculous. So I pulled my oldest daughter out a public school in Florida. We were having debates about pulling down statues and changing names, and some of the school board members and some of the activist groups were saying that black children could not learn because of names on buildings, and that is completely asinine to me. It basically says that because we have a higher level of melanin, somehow our brains don't work. And every other kid could walk into the building and get the education that they needed, but somehow not for you Black children. And I found that to be just disgusting. And I did not want my children to have any type of idea coming from authority figures who believe it.
You know what's so crazy? The things that they add, like things that they trying to uphold in the schools have nothing to do with what real life is like. Like, I just don't understand how are we so worried about pushing certain things in schools, but we still haven't figured out that we need to be pushing how to finances. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are we not getting taught how to finances? Why are we not getting taught how to build businesses and all of that? Why are we not getting taught any of these things in school? You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it, bro. But yeah, as far as affirmative action, I do think that that's racist.
And such things like that.
First of all, I would like to say that affirmative action programs, the biggest beneficiary according to the data, and this has been government data, has been white women first and foremost. Second of all, I would never use Barack Obama's kids as a barometer for anything because they do have privilege as well as Will Smith kids. But if we talk about Laquan Smith down the street that nobody knows, there will be some impediments based on his race. Yeah.
Why? How do you know that?
Because people do tend to look and see race. What you were talking about is just racism, but when it's institutional and structural, it does something totally different. And when the Black wealth gap is 100 years behind the white wealth gap in America, it'll take 100 years to catch up.
Why do you think that's because of racism, though? You take one thing and say that is the cause for every person of color.
The data
What data? What data is saying that black people are behind? Because there are many Black people that aren't behind, that are doing much better than other people.
No, you're absolutely right. And there are outliers in every single community. There are very strong, members of the Black community that are very affluent. There are also a majority that live in poverty. And if we see a bunch of cities that are majority person of color, and we're trying to recognize why have these places stayed at a very stable poverty line? But there are systemic reasons to why these communities are like that. How would you
I would say probably because of policies that are in those cities.
Racist policies, absolutely.
Hold on, we got to define terms. When would you say that Watson Compton became the way that it is? Was it like that in the 40s and 50s?
No, it's a growth
No, I'm asking you.
From redlining policies that were enabled.
In California?
Yeah, absolutely. California put in racist policies. I would never deny that.
All of these supposed solutions are actually hurting. Wouldn't a better solution be to teach our kids that we're all born in the image of God? We should all treat one another equally. And if you don't believe in God, then we're all equal, right? If you come from a poor neighborhood, whether you're Black or Hispanic or an immigrant from anywhere, obviously you don't have the same privileges that somebody who comes from a wealthy community, but that has nothing to do with your color. I don't think that if you're an impoverished Black kid or you're an impoverished white kid, one should receive a resource and the other shouldn't.
Would you say that it's economic then is the reason that causes these disparities?
Economic, but I don't think it's related to color.
But would you say if there's a majority of a particular group that lies underneath the poverty line in economic, race has anything to do with that?
It could, but it's just not blanket. You don't know. And why don't we look at the families, the Black families, who have done those amazing things in this country and study what they did to succeed instead of just focusing on, oh, well, Black people are behind and we don't even know.
Look, and this goes right back to what I was just saying. The argument is financial, when we're not speaking about teaching financial. You know what I mean? We're not speaking about teaching how to become more financially stable, we're not teaching none of this stuff in the schools, but y'all arguing about the racial disparity because of the financial issue that y'all don't teach in school. Maybe if y'all teach finances the same way as y'all teach everybody else, then maybe it won't be no disparity because we'll be able to
what to
You
do.
gotta
Why don't
learn
we just
all
go
this
and
stuff
look?
on.
Since you are a professor, wouldn't that be, you go and look at what has worked?
Well, I would never just go to you and just look at you. Again, and I'm sorry, it's just the reality of the data. And so what I share...
Data can be broken up in
you-
umpteen
I think
different
you're
ways.
choosing
No, it can't.
Yes, it
No,
can.
actually,
You're a professor and you're saying that data cannot be manipulated? This is why my kids do not go to public school anymore.
I don't, and I'm glad they don't.
I just think it's interesting. I'm thinking of like an anecdotal story I have. Last year, the school that I taught at, Deep East Oakland, I served majority Black and brown students. Over 70% of our families under the poverty line. These are some of the hardest working people I have ever seen in my life. They get up, they have 2 or 3 jobs, 3 or 4 children.
I would argue
because of their economic status, right?
Because of liberal policies that is the government telling them that they can and cannot succeed, because of how high our property taxes are here, because we do not have school choice where they can take their dollars somewhere else. If you put those same families in redder districts in the country, like places in Florida and Texas or Virginia, where they have better options for their family, you would definitely see them be able to
And where
succeed.
Black and brown children are still underperforming in schools?
But coming from Florida, the school that I was at, it's graded from like A to like D, F. When I started there, it was a C school. Very poor performing. And technically, sure, they have school choice. They don't have state tests anymore.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Just because we have money doesn't mean that we have financial literacy or financial, like a way to create. Because this is the thing. This is the issue. Like, this is the main issue with us in finance. We are selfish. like, let's be completely honest. We're selfish at a lot of the times, and then on top of that, when we do lend a handout to a lot of people either they don't have the same ambition, or they might be they might like it's just a lot of different aspects to it. But also at the same time, we don't know how to create. We know how to create it for ourselves, but like you have to jump through 1,000 loops to create it for yourself. So now you just want to sit and enjoy it instead of building more financial freedoms for other people around you. Like when you go and you look at other races and stuff like that, they have like communities that help out each other with finances. You know what I'm saying? It's not just one family. And with us, and a lot of the times it's one family, and sometimes not even one family, but 1 or 2 people in the family that's trying to help out, everybody. So it's like if we learn how to like get our finances all in, not necessarily in one spot, but learn how to like, okay, here's somebody that has this money. Okay, he's going to invest this money, and they're going to invest that money, but it's going to be into somebody else that has a good chance to, bring it to the next generation of our people. But we go into business with each other. We go to, or with our friends, or whatever the case may be. The people that's making money is not trying to make money together. That's the biggest problem, I think. Sorry. Talk about financial responsibility with one another. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And that's what be a lot of the problem a lot of the times is the simple fact that we not helping each other with our finances. We have the finances and we can get far by ourselves with our finances, but when it comes to building infrastructures, going into schooling and putting money into schools, putting money into hospitals for our families and stuff like that, we do not want to go those routes. You know what I'm saying? Or we don't or even if we did have the resources, right? Even if we did have the resources, it's the lack of people that want to actually invest their time into trying to build more money for it. Okay, I'll give you a perfect example. You know how all the NBA players, right? All the NBA players, they all have their own individual camps, like basketball camps. They all have their own, like they go to the community and they do like these activities and stuff like that with the community. Instead of them collectively coming together, building like this really big camp, right? Where they can grow talent and do all of this stuff and start a whole nother section of, you know what I mean? like it's just we have single mindedness when it comes to finance, bro. That's when we actually get out of that. That's when it's going to actually expand. But we just so focused on one family. Like we worried about getting our family out of the hood. Like you hear that all the time. We worry about getting our family out of the hood instead of improving the community around us. You know what I'm saying? And as long as we have those people that's at the bottom of our community, you know what I'm saying, and you're not helping them get to the level that you got to, you know what I'm saying, it's going to be a lot harder for us.
But they're still so badly performing. The community of it, black, brown, very little white students in that community. But not to say that student of color can't be more affluent, but I think it's ridiculous to kind of say that color doesn't play a part into disparities and just disadvantages. So in Florida, a lot of people that I had encountered weren't kind to others, and sometimes I would have coworkers call students retarded and using racist slurs and things like that. And from my standpoint, hearing something like that, it disgusted me. My coworkers very quickly were able to kind of distinguish me from the rest. Like if I was gonna come to the teacher's lounge, more hushed conversation, people wouldn't share as much as they used to just because I would call out behavior like that.
Teachers with guns make schools safer.
Exactly.
You know what? I'm gonna disagree.
So I was really in between. I didn't really.
You know what?
What's the question, Sarah?
Safer. Guns make schools safer.
You know what? I'm gonna disagree.
So I was really in between. I didn't really know how I felt about this issue at first. But then I started looking at places that had armed their teachers. So I believe that model is good. It has to be voluntary.
Yes.
So the teachers have to want to do it themselves. They have to be well trained.
Yes.
They have to have background checks periodically. That has been successful.
If we're trusting teachers, which in some cases we do, in some cases we don't, but if my mindset is that if we're going to trust teachers to mold our children's minds and educate them, they're there for 8 hours a day. We should also trust and kind of enable them to protect themselves and our kids physically.
I think by no means should we ever force a teacher to carry a gun, but if a teacher is willing to take on the responsibility of learning how to handle a weapon properly, I think that we should allow them to do that for us, and it frankly would be an incredible service to us.
You know what I'm thinking about? Honestly, it's like a I'm sure thinking about that too. I feel like it's more danger to have a teacher carry guns than it is for them not to, in a way, because now you got all of these kids that know that their teacher has a gun. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you're not gonna just have it sitting on the side of your desk. You know what I'm saying? But you might have it in like, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what if they snap? I was just watching a video. I was just watching a video about an employee, it was at a Walmart, right? And the manager pretty much called all of the employees to the break room and just start shooting them. Like, you know what I'm saying? And just start airing them out. And one of the guys that was the employees, he was able to survive and stuff like that. And he was doing an interview in front of the store and everything, and he was talking about like how that's what happened. And I'm like, oh, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, what if one of the teachers snapped? Like, anything could happen, bro. Anything could happen. Like, it's, I don't know, man. I feel like instead of arming teachers, why don't y'all find a way to have security armed or something? Like, it has to be another way. You know what I mean? Or treat them like criminals, like y'all do with a lot of the impoverished black communities, and make them go through metal detectors and all of that stuff before they able to walk into the building. I don't know.
All right, so just to break it
happened.
open, this
I was like,
conversation is
wow,
so
that's
much more
crazy.
nuanced than to arm or not to arm. And if you want to save a school, you need to get parental engagement. Let's look at the mindset of the individuals that are going into these homes with firearms. Those individuals are not mentally okay. There's something wrong happening, whether it's at school, in the house, whether it's, who knows, maybe it's something they're consuming online. And I think that's the parent's job to continue to engage to make sure that child is healthy. A lot of these kids as well that are going into schools that are not mentally healthy, they're coming from single parent households, they're living with their grandparents. There's something intrinsically with their identity that's broken. And I think that whether you arm a school or you don't, it's not going to change it if you don't address the real issue.
I agree with you. The people that are, perpetrating these crimes and these mass casualties are messed up individuals. I would absolutely agree. Mass shootings are a uniquely American problem. So if we try to understand what's the root, why does America solely have that problem, I would say it's a gun culture problem. So if the idea is, should we try to remove aspects of gun culture that really pervade in our society, should we do that, or should we just increase the amount of firearms we can have in every single space, just so that way we're properly ready for a gunfight whenever
I want
it
to
comes
clarify
up.
gun culture. Are you saying that there's like the shoot 'em up, bang 'em up video games? Or are you saying
No,
the
I wouldn't say
individuals-
it's video games. I'd say institutions like the NRA that heavily impose, you need to own not just firearms, but as many firearms as you can. I personally would not like to be armed. I do not want to take lethal action in the classroom, and I want to make it a safe and inclusive environment. Arming teachers is a response measure to particular violence that goes on in our schools here in America. And personally, I think we should focus more towards
Yeah, they definitely don't want to pay for security. I get that. I definitely get that. But it's like, bro, it's like you paying for protection. You know what I mean? So for the most part. But I don't know. Take the kids out of school.
solutions to prevent these occurrences from happening, rather than just implementing responses implying that these actions will occur.
And I'm just going to be honest with you, you don't want me to have a gun, because I had to go back to therapy in the last few months, and so I agree with a lot of what you guys.
Actually, you know what? You know what really is the problem now? I'm thinking about it. You know what really is the problem now that I'm thinking about it, bro? It is awareness. It's awareness, right? Or should I say the lack of awareness? I'm telling you right now, when I was in school, we had bomb threats all the time. Everybody in the school knew exactly what it was. Like, we was just like, no, he needed it, and he got expelled. like, we all was aware of like, oh no, bro, he one of those. You know what I mean? Like, get him out of here. We don't trust him. Hey, bro, it's the lack of awareness. These kids and these parents or adults, they have literally no awareness of what's going on. These kids always, every single one of them, bro, they always tell you who they are. You look at me like he's crazy. Like, it's something off with him. You'll see him and you already know. It's like, bro, no. There's something wrong with this dude. Back him up. Like, he got to be a homeschooler, so I don't know. You know what I mean? But the lack of awareness is insane. You know what I mean? Or, like, I don't know how they can get, I wouldn't say like, there should be security around these schools or something. I know we had like police and stuff around our school, so these things would happen. Like, if anything popped off, like, somebody get handcuffed, bro. You know what I mean? Like, all the securities and police and stuff like that will put the schools like closer to places where it's, you know what I mean? If they go do this, they gonna get caught immediately. I don't know, man. At this point, this is a Trey Rag video. I don't know, bro. I'm just not
Guys are
sure.
saying what your plan was, but I would also say mental health. We got to understand some of these school shootings are done because people have snapped.
People have natural biases and things like that, and people could act on those biases. Then they could be guns drawn and not a clear mind, Like, as a parent, how would you feel knowing that you don't know which teachers have a gun and you've had bad experiences with prior teachers? What if that teacher that absolutely,
So my
blown up
answer. My answer to your question is I feel
put
the
it in
same
there.
way about the guard in front of my kid's school. I don't really know the guard, but he's gone through training, and I presume that he knows what he's doing. And frankly, I feel the same way about a police officer. I don't need the police officer, but they've gone through training and they were willing to take on that responsibility. And so I would apply the same logic. It's so interesting that you bring that up because it really ties back to why I feel like we need to be careful about how much responsibility we're saddling teachers with teaching our kids values, right? On the one hand, the system is saying, trust our teachers, they know better than you parents. We should be able to teach them what they need to know about sexuality. On the other hand, you guys are admitting that many teachers are not really checked for mental issues. We don't really know what is happening in these classrooms.
I'm not
We
saying
don't
that
know about
teachers
what
are not
friction.
checked. We very frequently have like professional development days where we got self-care. So I wouldn't say many by any means. And when I'm coming into the workplace, I'm not bringing in all my baggage as to say, you know, you go into your work,
What's your
you're not
first
like, oh,
comment?
I'm so depressed, my kid's this,
So
that.
why, if there is a teacher who is willing to step forward and will go through the training and will go through the screening, why not empower them to save our kids? I mean, in Uvalde, if there was a teacher who could actually save those children, then maybe we would not have seen so much death.
When we place teachers with a firearm in the classroom, it takes the instance of a violent occurrence from a possibility in the minds of these children to an inevitability.
But the children don't know. It is a concealed and carry weapon that has gone through the process of the local sheriff's department, background check, training,
Yeah,
checkups,
no one knows
everything.
but the teacher
No one knows.
and the police
I have a
department.
logistical question.
Yeah.
Does this teacher have the gun on them?
Yes.
You wouldn't
It is
know.
holstered on them?
At all times.
It's a concealed carry.
It should never be in a place of a child.
Concealed carry, it's illegal
No,
to
I know what a
brandish.
concealed carry
I
is,
just want to clarify.
but my thing and why this question sort of enrages me. Why are we asking teachers to carry guns? When did this become an occupational hazard? When did we walk into school and people were like, by the way, you could be shot today, so maybe you want to have your Glock strapped on you because who knows, this might be your last day on earth. That is ridiculous. If you 50 years ago were to look at a teacher and be like, hey, do you want to hold this gun with you? You know, like you might need it. They're gonna scratch their heads and look at you funny. This is opening up a bigger conversation, right? But I think that even though it is voluntary, right, we still need to have this conversation. Like it still needs to happen of why, even if a teacher was willing to carry a gun to school, they are even having to be asked to do that in the first place.
Teachers are not paid enough.
Y'all should go up there.
Every day I wake up and I hand to you guys the most precious thing in my entire life, my children. I think that it's important that our society will reflect how much we value you guys. I think that you should receive bonuses if you do a great job. If you're able to represent all of us as Americans, both conservatives and liberals, and you're able to speak on our behalf and take care of our children, we should reward you for that, and you should feel rewarded for that. And so I don't know exactly what you make, but I think it is really important that we invest in you and we pour into you. And when I see the entire budget that the state of California, for example, spends on education, and I realize that a sliver fraction of it only goes to you guys, it breaks my heart, and frankly, it makes me so angry. I don't need more bureaucrats. I need more good teachers.
I left the K through 12 and went to the community college, and I do pretty well. I'm going to be clear with that. But also, I have a
So
master's.
you're not oppressed, thank
So
God.
I have a master's, but I had to work really hard to get where I'm at. But I'm also in a doctoral program, and you're right, I'm paying out of pocket too. Again, I had a student the other day saying, I can't pay my electric bill. How much is your electric bill? I'll pay your electric bill. And so I put up students in hotels because they have nowhere to live. I have a student who doesn't have a family. He told me the other day, I need a dad. I said, I'll be your father, because it just broke my heart that a 19-year-old is in this world alone, doesn't have family.
Yeah, I would be scared to calculate how much I spent for my classroom, right? Like all the materials, all the things that I'm purchasing, all the things that I'm doing. And it's just interesting to think that we are always told, teachers are heroes, they're teaching the youth of America, but also we're not gonna give you enough money to survive comfortably. You're gonna struggle every day. There have been days when I go to work and I'm like, am I gonna have money to put gas in my car? I guess we're gonna find out, right? And I know so many other teachers who are struggling to keep afloat. I can't even imagine I can't even think about having a family as a teacher. I think that growing up, I was not the strongest student. I didn't necessarily see the point in what we were doing. And I think that ultimately that felt like it was because education was something that I had to get through, not necessarily something that I was obtaining. But I think what really pushed me to go into teaching was wanting to give kids a space where they didn't feel the way I feel growing up, where they felt like they had power to make choice in their education, and that their education could be powerful in aiding them to do what they wanted to do.
So I'm not a teacher. I don't know how much you guys make. And I'm not going to use you as the example. I'm going to use a friend of mine. She's been at a school for a number of years. I want to say it's 6, 7, 8 years, and she's become tenured. And
Yeah.
through her tenureship, she's accumulated so much wealth. I'm appalled at how much she's making because she teaches Spanish to 6th graders, and she's making over $150,000 a year.
Can I ask you a question? What kind of school did you work at?
Public school?
Interesting.
Yeah. And so
I
for
mean, how
me,
much experience goes on with that too?
It must, I'm assuming, because
Yeah.
you've invested into your career, which I think
Right.
everybody should. But for me, I look at it as you're making $150,000 in 9 months.
The prompt very clearly was, are teachers paid enough?
Yes.
And I mean, we're not. I've had to work second jobs doing DoorDash just because I wasn't making enough. If you look at these shoes, they are ripped, they are broken. From a teacher wish list, I could not even buy these shoes myself. You know what I'm saying? I don't make enough money.
So I wanted to clarify, this isn't an absolute. I'm not saying that every teacher is paid enough. I have no idea what your salary is. I have no idea any of those details. I'm just recognizing that if a teacher is getting 9 months and their salary is in 9 months, they get a summer off. Most of society isn't given 3 months to just
That's
go on
assuming
vacation.
they have 3 months. I'm an 11-month employee. For one whole month out of the year, I'm not paid anything. Nothing. I have to figure out my funds, save money that I don't have to try to supply for a month, month and a half. I don't get supplementary income. Like, that doesn't happen.
Critical race theory is anti-American.
Well, I'll go first. My daughter, same teacher actually, who was asking about her pronouns, she said that she was going to be introducing some race-themed books. My daughter recorded this conversation in class. So what proceeded to happen is she started to talk to the children in their, I guess, identity groups. Oh, as an African-American child, how are you discriminated against? As an Asian child, she went through all of, except white people. It became total chaos in the classroom. There was no education going on here. They were just literally going at each other, talking about who was more oppressed. It's not a matter of if something was racist, it's a matter of when something was racist or how the racist thing happened. So they automatically assume, critical race theorists, that racism is embedded into every single thing. How do you look a child, specifically a black child, in the eye and tell them, I'm sorry for you because of your skin color? There's no hope for you in the greatest country, literally for them, because black Americans are the most successful black people in the entire world. And then turn around and look at a white child and say, sorry, you're responsible for the atrocities of 200 years ago.
All I have to add to that is that in our home and with our faith, I teach my children that it is awful to make someone feel hopeless or pitied. You're damning them to a future of failure if you are telling them, oh, I pity you and I'm going to do these things for you, instead of coming alongside them and supporting them and doing something for themselves that pulls them out of that hopelessness. And I think that those are two of the worst things that we can do as a broader society.
You know what I love about America? My mother immigrated from Morocco. She's a Jewish person. Everywhere around the world, we're known as the Jew. In America, we're known as American. And I think there's something so powerful about empowering any community to be American and to succeed based on your own merit. We don't look back into why we can't. We look into why we can. And so when my family taught me since I was a little girl, I can, I learned that I could. And that's why I think this country has empowered me so much. I want to see the same thing for kids of all colors in the United States. But if we're teaching them that there is no hope for them and that people will always look at them in a different way, then how are they going to hear the message of I can? My question for liberal teachers is, do they think that it's the right place for them to impose liberal ideas in classrooms, knowing that they have many students who come from conservative families? And I find that many of the schools have become battlegrounds for those kinds of ideas. And when teachers are bringing those issues to the classrooms, it's forcing families and conservative kids to have to address these issues. And we believe that they're simply too young to deal with those kinds of complex matters at that age.
Okay, so first of all, I think we need to define what critical race theory is. Critical race theory is a theory that Derek Bell and Kimberly Crenshaw and a bunch of former Harvard law students came up with, where they theorize that within certain American laws, racism is just embedded. And so I'm sorry for your experience, because you shouldn't have to go through that. Nobody should have to go through that. I don't tell my son you can't do anything. I have told my son you have to work twice as hard. I have to tell my son you're a black man in America. There's certain things you need to do to survive.
I mean, first, I think the idea that we are teaching children in critical race theory in schools is ridiculous. As he pointed out, this is a high level, like university level framework. You are not gonna walk into like Isabel's elementary school fifth grade classroom and see Isabel telling these people about the legal structures. In my opinion, how I define myself as an American, right? I define myself as someone who is proud of my country, someone who can look at the mistakes that my country has made in the past and the things that are keeping other people oppressed and recognize that these are still existing and that we need to work towards changing that. So I don't see how critical race theory could be anti-American, because that's how I define American. And I think it's very nuanced because people define American in many different ways,
I actually
right?
don't completely disagree with your definition of it. I think that maybe you think it's systemic and I think it's the individual. But I think that even in nuanced ways, like the example that she gave, I've heard examples where my nieces have been segregated in the classroom at 4th and 5th grade. And like, well, did this happen to you? Do you have a 2-parent home? Are your grandparents raising you? And like, there's this line of victimhood. And as a woman that has dealt with sexism, I do definitely teach my daughters, like as a girl in this country, it is going to be a different experience than your father had. But I don't think it's beneficial at all to kind of institute that victimhood in their long-term mentality, because then you actually start to see kids that are like, oh, well, they're different than me, so therefore their life could be better or worse than mine. And instead of engaging with those people, they step away.
I don't believe that there's a victimhood to it. I think it's just kind of amplifying that, hey, this is the truth, this is what happens, and let's move forward.
Okay, yeah. See, that's okay. All right, check. What I don't understand about why they don't want to talk about, you know what I'm saying, the whole situation, and they want to just identify everybody as an American and they got all the same opportunities and all of that stuff. It's not realistic. And the same reason why y'all say that everybody should identify as or have their own little whatever they call identities and stuff like that, like he, them, she, and all that good stuff, right? What the issue is when it comes to reality of like racial tension and certain things like that, it's always going to exist. So even if, say, you go to a school, whatever like that. I went to school. I was cool with a lot of white people. Cool with a lot of black people. I was cool with a lot of, you know what I'm saying, Hispanic people and something, whatever, right? But I still seen segregation. I still seen the racial tension within it. So it's like, yeah, you could probably try to tell the kids that we are all American and that we all have the same opportunities and all of this stuff. But the reality of it is just never going to be that. It's not going to be that. Because the people that have the true power to make views change and all of that stuff, those people are. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of those, their children are. And they teach their kids a certain way. So it's nothing that's gonna change. It's nothing that's gonna really change for you. You know? So it's like, yeah, you can identify as an American and you can think that you don't have, and you can think that you have all of the same benefits and all of that stuff. But the truth of the matter is, if you're a black Hispanic man in America, you might have to work 10 times, or you might have to work harder than some of the economies. Just simply look at the areas in the hood, right? When a black person gets a business, look at how, he can have the same amount of business as an Arab man or a Chinese man and all of that stuff. And it took him way longer to get that business up and running, right? And it probably ended in the shorter amount of time, you know what I'm saying? Because the lack of financial, the lack of support, you know, people not wanting to give them loans and things like that, it's going to be hard. The lack of connection, all that stuff, and it's not because he don't look at himself as quote unquote American. It's the simple fact that God, it's things out here. It's things out here that's preventing him from being successful.
With that, having that knowledge to be able to kind of navigate through life is better than just, oh, well,
Yeah,
I
they'll never
assume
make it
I'm
up.
the same as, you know, my white counterpart. Oh, why is she able to do this? Why does she have this opportunity that I don't have?
But they are the same.
But she has that
They
opportunity.
are the same, is what we're saying.
I think what the difference is, we're stating normative statements, and you guys are claiming that we're presenting prescriptive claims. So the normative statement that we're presenting is, these events happen in American history. These are the outcomes that have led from those events. What you guys are saying is, we're then adding prescriptive statements, which is, that's why you should never really try, because you'll never make it in this country.
That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that if you negatively press a child with these thoughts, that will be the outcome, because that's how human beings work. This is a psychological fact.
So just ignore history. Ignore history and just act like nothing ever happened. That's what I mean. What was the question?
I believe it is the government's job. But look, our funding comes through government. I mean, our schools are government entities. So it is. Policies are government. Everything's government. I mean, if you're in public education, you're in government. We're bureaucrats. That's literally our job. So it is government's job. So yeah, I believe it is. I believe it is the job of the government, because schools are government. That's literally what they are. They're government institutions.
Yes, I completely agree. Government provides a certain quality to education. Obviously, they haven't provided those funds, they haven't provided those policies that are pro-teacher or anything like that. So it really shows in our education, in kids, and all around. We're just not at the quality that other countries are at.
65. That's crazy. And then the fact that teachers have to pay for a lot of their supplies and all of that stuff that goes up into their classrooms and all of that stuff for pretty much a whole school year. You know what I mean? Along with it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy.
I was going back and forth because what a government is, you know, oftentimes is characterized as like this entity of like a group of people up there deciding what goes on. Where no, like government is just collective organization. Does the government have a role in education? Absolutely. I think that parents have to play a role as well, and you know, not only being involved with what their kid is learning in school, but also, you know, reinforcing strong educational skills. And that doesn't happen unless there is parent involvement. I know the kids that are being worked on at home versus the kids that aren't. And it plays out in test scores, it plays out in their engagement in class, and it plays out in their behavior.
You have to remember that we're a representative government, that it's based on the people, right? And so these public school systems are waiting for the parents to come in and say, this curriculum is not what I want to teach my kids. We, the taxpayers, control the curriculum. But the problem is we haven't been engaging in that system because we've been so distracted and pulled away from the education from our kids.
No, I would agree. The communities need to absolutely be more involved in their school boards and what's going on in education. And unfortunately, we don't have that. And oftentimes, a lot of politicians, albeit Republicans that are trying to cut a lot of social programs and a lot of social investment, as well as corporate Democrats who want to cut a lot of social investment, both of those, you know, we see areas of corruption within our education system.
Well, and let's be clear on what we're talking about government is. So when we talk about on a local level, it is government. That's literally what government is. When your kid goes into the school, they're going into a government institution. So I think when we're talking, we're not talking about parents not being involved. I want you involved. Heck, please be involved. So I think our issue, when we were talking about government, we weren't talking about excluding parents. We were talking about it is government's job to make this entity, which is public education, function. It has to. If government's not involved, you have no money.
So you guys teach in government schools, public schools. Essentially, you're teaching a diverse student body. You have conservatives, you have liberals. How can you better represent us, half of this country? It's sadly causing us to lose faith in you guys. We want to support you guys. We want to send our kids to your schools and your classrooms.
And I think that when we talk about all these differences, you know, how do we sort of represent both of these sides, right? How do we bring these people together? I think it's also really important to remember that historically this curriculum is one-sided in favor of conservative views in favor of supporting white students, not students of color, right? And so I think that we really, as a country, need to take a look at our education system. I think we can all agree that there needs to be a lot of change in the system, right? And look at how we can build a system that represents, reflects, validates the experiences and identities of everybody.
Beautiful.
All right, Chad. I agree to an extent, but like, I really just wish we had our own, because then there would be no issue with education at all if our people could become teachers and teach our people. You know what I'm saying? Instead of like having somebody else take up the mantle to try to teach our people, I don't feel like we would be behind. We would probably be ahead, like we were talking about earlier. You know what I'm saying? But we don't have those same opportunities. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully we will eventually. You know what I'm saying? And even like I've even talked about where it's like homeschooling, right? Yeah, like we got people that have homeschooling, but if we could have, you know, brothers and sisters that can we buy a building, right? And this is just a homeschooling place like a daycare or, you know, something like that, but it's not necessarily daycare. It's like where they teach in the homeschools, right? It's like these people can teach in a small system where it could be like you being in school, but it's one school. You know what I mean? Like, that's possible, right? You know what I mean? But the whole system is always going to be flawed. And the old system, this is the issue. The old system is targeted for whites and, you know what I'm saying? Well, pretty much for white. You know what I mean? It's targeted for white people and trying to help them get there, right? But then this new system that they're trying to implement is now targeting whites and LGBT, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. It's not going to help the black community with this education system that we have. Plus, on top of that, the curriculums that we have already affects us in a negative way because of what they're teaching us. They're teaching us idea, like we were just talking about earlier about the Thanksgiving stuff. They are teaching us an idea of white supremacy and honesty. You know what I'm saying? So until we can like separate ourselves and be able to self-teach and teach us our perspective of what's going on, then it won't really affect us in a positive way. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's always empowering everybody but us. And until we get our own to teach and empower, like, think about it like this. When I want to say Marcus Garvey. Fred Hampton. When Fred Hampton had the Black Panthers, right? The thing with that is they had a structure that they was teaching the children and all of that stuff. They didn't go to school and everything like that. They had a structure where they would go somewhere, they would teach the children, they would influence them, help them become better learners, thinkers, stuff like that. And from that, you were seeing that they were doing better. You know what I mean? They were doing better, whether it be school or whatever, society and all of that stuff, the way that they helped each other come back together, help build the building and all of this stuff. But the issue is we don't have those. We need to build like something for us. You know what I mean? We need to build something for us that is ours and like not allow it to get taken from us. You know what I mean? That we can help build each other. We can help. Like, we can really have a school where we can teach people financial literacy, where we can teach people, these things, instead of having all of our individual people just allowing the system to teach our people, the government to teach our people, it's a lot. It's a lot easier. I mean, a lot harder than what it sounds like. But if we can get to that point before the end comes, we'll be so much better off. HBCUs and took it over. Exactly, bro. Like the HBCUs. And then the crazy part is what they did was, okay, yeah, you might go to the HBCU and get your education, right? But when, like you said, they took it over, but before they took it over, they tried to make it unpopular because of the athletics, right? So a bunch of white, predominantly white schools became the athletic schools, the powerhouse schools, where they would, get all of the black people to go to where it was like the only reason to go to HBCU was for education. You know what I'm saying? Which isn't a problem. But then you gotta think about it, because a lot of the athletic programs and all of those type of different programs, they also help fund the school a lot. You know what I'm saying? So, because they're not getting all of that funding, right? Now it gives them the opportunity to go into this all black school and say, hey, I'm gonna come here for education too, which now they have to change the curriculum because of offense and stuff like that. And if they put their hands on something, y'all know what they're doing. All right, bro. Yeah, man. I'm gonna check you out. I'll see you later, bro. But yeah, man. It's a lot of things that we could do. I feel like we best when we separate. I feel like we best when we separate, and they know that, and that's why they gotta have us like underneath them. You know what I mean? Underneath their hand, and underneath, like they want us to stick around and tell us, "Oh, you good enough for it? Oh, you know what I mean? You can get the same things as we got. You can be equal, but all the while, behind the mirror oppressing us." That's funny. They be listening to my stuff, bro. They be listening to talk about the Black Panther. All right. So, bros. All right, Chad. Come on. You know what I'm saying? What time is it? What time is it? We're going to end it off with some love, Chad. With some love. Two strangers fall in love with 36 questions. Out. My knees. All right. Two strangers fall in love with 36 questions. Let's check it out. Let's see what they're talking about. Yeah, Chad, y'all think that y'all can fall in love with 36 questions? You think if you got 36 questions right in front of you, you have to fall in love with somebody? Is that not enough questions? You know what I mean? What y'all think?
I like that you're like very easy to talk to. You're kind of funny. I mean, I
Just
don't know
a
if I
little
was
bit.
laughing
Just
with
kinda.
you or laughing at you.
Yeah, okay.
A viral New York Times article featured 36 questions that could supposedly make any two people fall in love. We wanted to see what would happen if we asked these questions to two complete strangers on a blind date.
My name is Azariah. I'm single, like alone.
Hey, okay,
100%.
talk to me, dude.
Honestly, I could say I know exactly what I'm looking for in a person. Someone fun, adventurous, outgoing, likes kids. It'd be dope if she also loved God. Ambition is cool. Someone that doesn't need me is like a #1 factor though. The anticipation is like killing me though. It's like when you're about
Okay, Chad, I'm sorry, but like I understand the aspect of when they be saying that, like somebody that don't need me, but it's so stupid to me. Like, I understand why they say it, but it's so dumb to me. Why would you want somebody that don't need you? like, I understand what you're trying to say. Like, you don't want to have somebody that relies on you 100%. You know what I'm saying? For everything. But it's like, why would you want somebody that don't need you, that can leave you at any time? If you really trying to find somebody to stay with. Don't you want your significant other to need you for things? You know what I mean? Like, or is that me? Is that just me? Am I tripping, Chad? You know what I mean? Because I feel like if you don't need me, then you gonna go out there and go find somebody else. You know what I mean? Or you might have it on your own. But I don't know. But you more prone to, if you don't need me for anything, you more prone to leave me. Because why would you stay? I don't know, bro.
Gotta go on a roller coaster and it takes forever to start. What's up?
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
This is interesting.
It is interesting. What's your name?
We hug?
That's not. Yeah, we gonna
Oh,
hug.
we can hug.
I'm Nikki. I am 26 years old. I'm hoping to find a best friend. I think it's very important to bond with somebody and to have that kind of connection before even thinking about taking it to the next step.
It's like 37 different types of tea.
Is there green tea?
There's a green package,
Or
but there's
maybe
like 4 green packages.
chamomile so I could calm my nerves?
You nervous?
No. Am I saying it right? Chamomile?
I think so. I'm gonna go with Earl Grey.
Do you have a secret hunch about how you will die?
I feel like I know for a fact I'm not gonna die in a car accident. Like,
Really?
yeah, like 100%. I've came too close too many times. I feel like God is just like, nah, bro, that's not the way you're gonna go.
I'm so
Hey, no, Cam,
messed
like,
up in
no, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of feel the same way, bro. I kind of feel the same way. Like, that's kind of weird that he said that. 'Cause I do kind of feel the same way. Like, I'm like, I've been in a lot of accidents with cars, bro. And you see, you know what I mean? I'm good. I don't think that the most I want to take me that way. Low key. You know?
the head, I would think I would die, like, probably getting swallowed by a whale.
What? What is the probability of that? Like, I can't even see, like, it's so easily avoidable, though. You know?
I'm telling you, it's going to happen that way. Don't be scared.
All right. Is there something that you dreamed of doing for a long time? And if so, why haven't you done it?
I have this thing where I feel like since I was a little girl, I just felt like I'm supposed to be an entertainer. Like, I want to perform in front of millions of people, sing, dance, like the works. I feel like I haven't pursued it. I don't know why. Maybe I'm scared. Maybe I'm just lazy. Maybe I just don't have the passion for it. But yeah, I would say that that's the one thing that I know I think about constantly. Like, what about you?
Actually, I would say no. Like, everything that I've dreamt of doing or like want to do in life is like something I'm working towards now.
Yeah.
And that kind of changed the past like year of my life. I was like, dude, like life is for living, and I'm tired of like having like journals or whatever or like a bucket list.
Yeah.
It's like I don't want to have that and just like wait till I'm at a certain point to start trying to accomplish it.
I get it. For me, I feel like it'll happen when it'll happen, so I don't chase it. Maybe that's not the right way to look at it, but that's how I do it.
I feel that. I'm a bit.
Do y'all got something like that? You know what I'm saying? Y'all got something like that you want to do, but you haven't really, you know what I'm saying, haven't done it yet?
Big believer in like God's timing. You know, I think when we
in Jamaica we say when mana plan got a wipe.
When mana plan got a wipe?
Yeah.
Like
so
wipe.
It's kind of like it's kind of like you're making plans. In the meantime, God is like wiping because
That's what's
you
up.
know, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I explained it right, but
That sounds like something from the book of Proverbs, though. I should go to Jamaica.
How do you feel about your relationship with your mother?
My mom is like, she's dope. That's my best friend. She raised me and it made me the man I am, you know? She taught me so much, and like my dad wasn't always in my life, so my mom was like there a lot. And she found a letter I wrote her in 2016 And it was like basically me saying like, I'm sorry for not listening to you. I'm sorry for thinking that I knew better than you. You're the best thing that ever happened to me. All this like super sentimental stuff. And I reread it, and then she proceeded to show me a picture of me coming out of her stomach. And I was like, yo, this is weird. But yeah,
Weird is life.
All right, what about you? What about you and your mama?
So I grew up with my mom not there. Like, I feel like I can count on one hand how many times I've seen her in my life, or how many times I've remembered her there. I don't know why she left. I don't like blame her. It just kind of was like, my mom's not here. My dad is, you know. I would go like years without hearing from her. Sometimes I would, you know, call her just to hear her voice, and she'd just be like, I can't talk right now, I'm busy.
It's crazy, yeah.
I'm gonna cry. But it's kind of just made me think that if I do bring a child into this world, I would never be that. I love her, but it's like I don't necessarily agree with, you know, what she's, the choices she's made. But, you know, it's made me who I am.
Yeah, I mean, we just met, but I think, like, you still a hell of a woman. You obviously respect yourself, and I like the way you carry yourself and whatnot, so that's dope.
Wait a minute, bro. How you gonna just, I mean, like, I understand. But like, you only asked her 3 questions. Like, chill out. You ain't figured her out just yet, my boy. Like, come on, bro. Like, relax. Relax. Relax, bro. Oh, all right.
A woman. Damn, I don't like you.
Yeah, you chose a question. You played yourself. But no, it was a good answer though. That was cool.
You said you played yourself. Complete the sentence. I wish I had someone with whom I could share ...
An entire cheesecake from the Cheesecake Factory with, cause like, they cheesecake is bomb, but I don't want them calories in my life. Yeah.
Just nailed it.
Yes.
You don't want them calories. What?
Nah, cause you know it's like 1,000 calories per slice. That's
I want
death.
3
You will
slices.
die. You want, exactly.
Plus a whole can of whipped cream, extra whip, no low fat. That's how you have a cheesecake.
Sounds like that's how you have a heart attack too. But it's like die happy though, you know?
I'm saying if it's the one thing I really want in life and I had to be before that happened, I would choose a cheesecake. I'm just saying. And me, I wish I had someone with whom I could share. I think it's just gonna be corny.
Tell the truth.
I guess someone I could share life with, you know? I think at the end of the day, like, you can be so independent and a man or a woman of your own, but going to the grocery store is way more fun with somebody.
That's true.
You know, going on a hike is way more fun with somebody there. So I want to know that I have somebody, you know, there, because I'm always there for people. So I feel like I don't like question it. I'm just like up and ready.
That's what's up. Nah, I dig that. I actually want to change my answer a little bit to that.
I can't do
Yo, this is crazy. It says, without speaking, stare into each other's eyes for 4 minutes. Like, first of all, that number.
So I'll start the timer whenever.
All right.
Starting now.
All right.
Do anything but talk.
Can you blink?
I can't do this.
I'm up here.
Okay.
Chad, she looked like she was about to. She like she was constipated. Chad, what's going on? What? Oh my goodness. Chad, oh my goodness, Chad. Why she make that face? And why she not breathing? What's going? Like, what is this?
That was very refreshing. I really didn't know what to expect or who to expect going into it, so I'm kind of a little bit impressed.
What's wrong with her eyes?
You know how it played out.
She's dope. She's got good style. She's fun. Seems like she respects herself well. She's the type of girl you would bring home to your mother.
Wait, did it say without speaking, like look into their eyes? Is that what he said? Is that what he said?
It's very funny. I kind of get a vibe that he's very smart, like he's advanced, like beyond his years. I could see me and Azariah chilling on a daily.
I named Azariah? Okay.
Wow.
That was not 4 minutes.
It felt a little shorter, right?
I couldn't.
You was breaking rules all over the place. Okay. We'll be back. All right, you gonna come back? I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna leave and I'm gonna come back.
Okay, I'll see you later.
All right, you remember him? That was it.
All right.
That definitely wasn't.
Yeah, I hesitated. That was weird. But like I would like, and if she's not, like that's dope too. Self-love, you know. But nah, she was fun. She was definitely fun. If not, like I'm sure we would be like good friends as well. So I think that's what's dope about it.
Oh yeah. Do we have to call it a date though?
Oh, hey Chad, look. I would just tell you right now. He didn't feel like he was getting felt. That's all I'm saying. He didn't feel like he was getting felt to the 36 questions. And she don't. He knew that he got friend zone. That's the crazy part. Because I was about to say he was selling himself short, but apparently she did too. Like she knew he was short. So it is what it is, bro. Like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Do we have to call it a date though? I feel like I psyched myself out with that word because it's intense and pretty personal for me. But we could definitely go get ice cream or cheesecake. Hey.
When they asked you if you were going a second date, what'd you say? Yes or no?
I kind of said yeah.
Yeah? Dang, that's mad awkward. I said hell no. I'm just like.
Did you say yes?
Yeah, I said yeah.
Yeah, I was like, we could go get a cheesecake or something. Like,
Right, a whole entire cheesecake. 100%.
I'll have your slice. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'll have your cheesecake. Whatever.
Thanks, Roy.
I don't know, Chad. They're kind of bad awkward together. At first, it was not awkward, and yeah, that's crazy. She definitely tried to friend zone. She said, I understand what she said. Like, I don't want it to be a date, but they're like, isn't that what you came here 36 questions to find love, you know? Like, you came to find the love, you know? And you noticed that you didn't find it 36 questions later. So you didn't want to call it a date. Like, can we just, sometimes you gotta be honest, you know? Sometimes you gotta be honest. Because I'm feeling like you wasn't feeling it. All right, Chad. It's crazy because I didn't get that vibe from the actual video. So I wonder what the other questions was that made her feel like, yeah, this not. You know what I mean? Yeah, she did. She did say that, didn't she? And she wasn't she the one that came in and said she was looking for a best friend? That is crazy. Dang, she already knew this. She said, I'm coming in the gate friend zone or something. What's up? What, you thought you were about to be mine? No. You're not about to be mine. You're not about to be mine. That's crazy. Hey, chat, would y'all like to see more videos like that? Ah, that's crazy. The fact that that happened. You gotta start finding. Oh, you know what? I don't know why I never do it, but I always have like videos. I always have videos like that in my watch later and stuff like that that I never check out. But I know I got some bangers in here. And what? Why don't y'all stop it, bro? What's trending on Twitter? Chat, well, y'all be on Twitter? I don't know why that's on the head. Oh, actually, let's talk about this, bro. Did y'all hear or did y'all see that episode of Undisputed? I don't know if you haven't tapped into like the Shannon Sharp and Skip Bayless situation. Now remember, chat, I was telling y'all I did not like, right? I did not like how they were switching up on, well, they try to switch up and they try to like be like cool and try to defend Kyrie after they just try to like tear this man down. I told y'all I was not feeling that, bro. Like I was not feeling. Let me see if I can find the clip. I told y'all I was not feeling it, bro. I didn't like the way that it was, and I was recently watching a video, and bro, when I tell you, like, like exactly what I was saying, bro, is like exactly what happened. And I was just like, dude, this is so fake. Like, I don't like how he acted. You know what I mean? And so pretty much, Shannon Sharp was all mad. He was all mad and stuff like that about what, they try to make him do all of these extra things. And then Skip was like, but wasn't you just like, wasn't you just siding with us? You know what I'm saying? No. He was just like, wasn't you just siding with us? Wasn't you just on our side with the situation? Like, why? Well, like, what changed? I'm gonna see if I can go find this specific clip. Yeah, man, just like, yeah, Stephen A. did the same thing. I did not, bro. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. I'm sorry. Like y'all was acting a certain way, and you know what I mean. Y'all was acting a certain way, and don't try to change up y'all tune now. Like y'all was not just trying to beat him across his head. We not doing that. We not doing that. A lot of them was doing that. There was a lot of them that was trying to do that stuff, and I'm like, no, bro, we not about to do that. I don't remember what channel it was on, bro. But Tech is about to get sued for. Oh, for real? Is he? Is it for the movie theater situation, or is it for something else? Also, I mess with Kyrie, bro. That man didn't put the Nikes on, and I'm proud of him for it. I ain't even gonna lie, I'm proud of him for it. You know what I'm saying? They said he had on the hang socks. I don't know what shoes those was, to be honest, and I kind of want to know. You know what I mean? I kind of want to know just a little bit, but hey, man, I should not be yawning. And like, I'm tired of this. And then Appy invested in it. Look, man, Most High work in mysterious ways, bro. Awesome. Like Charleston White about to get canceled. This dude been in the media. This dude been in the media like way too much. I seen that he actually have y'all heard about the situation with Charleston White?
What up, C?
What's up with it, brother?
Dog, it seems like every time we start this.
Let's get a nice little
process. I say the same thing.
All right. I told you stop. The APTTMH. Is that what he invested in? Hey man, look, like I said, once I work in mysterious ways, bro. You know what I'm saying? You wanna beat your brother across the back like that, bro. You know what I'm saying? No, bro. Yeah, okay. Look, he's been all over the place. He's literally been all over the place. Got an issue with him and T.I. apparently. Him and King Von's like mom and like some of the other people's moms. He pulled a gun on somebody on a podcast. Like there's a lot of stuff that happened, bro. It's a lot of stuff that happened. This dude that's what I said, he's been all over the place. But I will say that it was something that he had said. It was something that he had said about the whole situation with King Von's mom and other people's moms and stuff like that I did kind of agree with. Because he was pretty much saying like, how are y'all going to sit here and defend her? You know what I'm saying? When she knew that her son was a killer. You know what I'm saying? She knew her son was a killer and all of this stuff. And she didn't not once, like, you know, care about, she did not once care about the brother's or the person's life that got taken, you know, that her son killed. But then she want everybody to care about her son's life being taken. I was like, you know what? He has a valid point for that. You know what I'm saying? And then he went on and was talking about how, you know, when he was out there up in the streets and stuff like that, his mom didn't show him no sympathy. You know what I'm saying? And actually, that is a question that I wanted to ask y'all, to be honest with y'all. As the parents, or as this adults, well, I guess you have to say, as the parent, if your son or daughter was to go and commit a crime, right? You know, whether murder or, you know, something along those lines, would y'all, like, and you know that wasn't justified, right? Would y'all take them in with open arms and, you know what I'm saying? Like, would you turn them in? Would you take them in with open arms? Like, what would y'all do in this situation? You know? Because I'm sitting here and I'm thinking in my head, like, look, bruh, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you know, especially my kids, because I'll be teaching them and they know the commandments, right? So that's, yeah, the most I'm going to have to deal with you, bro. You know what I'm saying? The most I'm going to have to deal with you, right? Okay. Exactly. Man. See, that's what I'm saying. Like if you was to go and you would do that, bro. But he said some. I think he said either him or his brother ended up with somebody. And he said that his mom like disowned them and was like pretty much showing sympathy to the kid that got murdered by one of them. And I'm like, bro, to be honest with you, that's the right thing to do. Like that's the right thing to do. You know what I'm saying? That's the moral thing to do. That's the noble thing to do. So, you know what I mean? I'm like, she wasn't wrong. She wasn't wrong for disowning her parent. Well, I wouldn't say disowning them, but not condoning, you know, what they done. And, you know what I'm saying, making them realize, like, hey, yo, like, you gonna get judged for this. You know what I'm saying? You gonna get judged for this. Instead of letting that person just sleep at your house and all of this stuff, you know, knowing what they done did. But yeah, let's go ahead and check this out. Charleston White says Holocaust was nowhere near as bad as slavery. Kanye West support is Kanye Ye West. Why just put Ye? Kanye Ye West. Support his streets.
What up, C?
What's up with it, brother?
Dog, it seems like every time we start this interview process, I say the same thing. Starting to feel like Groundhog's Day.
Yeah. At least you don't regurgitate the same question.
Yeah, it seemed like everybody want to. You know what? I don't even plan the questions.
I noticed that.
I was telling dude, I don't even plan the same questions at all. I don't even know what I'm gonna say. I just come in and I just kick it and I'll let you do what you do.
Yeah. At least you don't try to. You try to. I don't know what we be doing, man.
We just be talking shit, I guess.
Yeah, and they want us to go back and forward.
But it's authentic.
Very authentic. Unrehearsed, unscripted.
You gotta talk a little bit louder,
And it's a
man.
good chemistry. Mutual respect, mutual admiration. And then we just hit it off right, right off the back. So
You're back in Detroit.
yeah, back in Detroit. Just as happy as I can be. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Yeah, I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed out here when I'm in Detroit.
They love you out in Detroit, bro.
Yeah. I always get a warm welcome. From the time I walk off the plane, from the guys that push the wheelchair. I get love all the way from there to the time to return home.
What do you think about Ye tweeted out our interview?
I woke up to that. I woke up to people sharing that with me. I was talking to him. I wouldn't say talking to him. I've been talking at him. I've been talking to Kanye ever since Boosie. He started getting the backlash from Boosie and the rappers. I've been talking to him, letting him know, man, that it's some people at the bottom that support you, and the people at the bottom, they're your safety net, right? It's like when you go to the circus and you see the acrobat person on top of the wire, and they flipping and they doing things that I would consider reckless on a small wire at such a height, right? But their confidence come from they'll never touch the ground because it's a net that's gonna catch them.
Yeah.
And we, the people at the bottom, we're that net for a guy like Kanye West. So he can get pushed down all day long at the top. Long as that net is there to stop him from hitting the ground, he can climb back over and climb back up the ladder. They can't take the ladder from him, homie.
I agree.
They can push him down, but they can't take the ladder.
Yeah.
We don't have a ladder to climb up there. The knowledge, the information, the wisdom, the experience, the intelligence, and even the connections that he's made at this point, they can't take his ladder.
You think he got the right people around him? Because when you get to a certain level, you have handlers, and he up there with the Kardashians and stuff. Shout out to Lamar Odom.
Yeah.
Do you think that he got the right people around him, or it's people that's telling him, "Hey, you need to be quiet"? Or
who's gonna tell a billionaire to be quiet? When he's convicted by something he's convicted by.
Yeah.
What we're seeing with Kanye West and Adidas, this just didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
This been happening long before now. This is just the end result of what's been happening behind closed doors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe he got the right people around him. Look where he's at. Look what he's managed to accomplish. Up until now, we thought he was a genius.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Up until now, we thought he was a genius, and all because he said something, and the people at the top were offended. It wasn't the Jewish people at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't the Jewish kids who still listen to Drake. It wasn't a Jew. It wasn't the average Jewish American. It wasn't the average Jewish person mad at Kanye.
Mm-hmm.
It was the powers that be. So how is it that they can say he's so insensitive about him speaking his truth?
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's his truth. That's what he believes.
Yeah.
And he's being punished for his belief system. He didn't slap nobody. He didn't threaten nobody. He didn't shoot nobody. He didn't brandish a gun. He didn't even bash. He didn't even bash the community. He just said something that he believes. And he's been crucified before the public's eye.
You know, the interesting thing about that is that I knew the minute that you said that, I knew the minute that we was having that conversation that was out of there. I was thinking to myself, that's crazy. Like the way that you broke it down, I already knew that was going to be a viral moment.
Yeah.
Like I knew instantly that it was going to be a viral moment.
Everybody likes to talk about the Jewish Holocaust, what the Jews went through, and they are a extremely protected class. They're very protected. They're so protected that you can't even speak on them.
Why do they protect them so much? But they don't protect, because we've been through, to my understanding, we've been through a lot more.
Yeah. The nigga slave went through way worse than what the Jew boy went through. Yeah, the Jew Holocaust wasn't shit compared to the nigga slavery.
Yeah.
No, that motherfucking Jew, that shit, yeah, what that Jew had to endure wasn't shit compared to that nigga. The reason I think the Jews in their, I think they're so protected because they hide behind a lie. You can speak on the truth all day.
What do you mean behind a lie?
I think now I ain't into the Bible or nothing. But if they the real Jews, why they get mad when somebody say they ain't the real Jews? If they really the real Jews, why are they so offended why a motherfucker say y'all ain't the real Jews? Because it's just like somebody saying, Charleston, you ain't no nigga. So? Charleston, you an alien. So? Charleston, you a white boy. So, motherfucker? Why are the Jewish population so offended where you can't even say nothing to them? But this same protected class of people, these same people, homie, will allow a genre of music.
Yeah.
They control our music, homie.
Man, what the rest of the video? Well, first of all, he needs to start speaking a little bit faster. It ain't making no type of sense to me. But nah, he got a point there. He got a very valid point. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not, I mean, if you are who you say you are, why are you offended when somebody say that you're something? You know what I mean? Like, if somebody came up to me and was like, y'all something, you're not black. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be like, all right, that's cool. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is, bro. Like why would I get mad about that? You know what I mean? Even if somebody came up to me and was like, you know, you're not a real Israelite, I would not care. I would just keep moving. I would honestly just keep moving, because why does that, like, okay, you gonna prove it to me? You gonna prove that I'm not, or you gonna just say it because that's what you feel? I've had people say, yo, you're not a real Israelite. All right, cool. You don't have to believe me. You don't, but I mean, the truth of the matter is, this is what it is, you know? These brothers out here doing just the video that she had sent me since. Was we chopping for a second? Because it was showing that we were chopping.
Facts.
Hey, see, now we must
must be in the spirit because we have this guy with this big hat and a little head.
Hey, look, he trying to get rid of the term small hat.
Right, because
So
he got a big hat.
we gotta give him a new term. We gonna call him the Gadol hat.
Right.
The Gadol. That's your word, Gadol.
He said, "Send the link." I got you. I got you. Oh, he's a known scoffer. Oh, okay, I got you. So, hey, I'm gonna let him scoff. But Tyrone Mac and Cheese said, "I'm your Hamashiach, and Mississippi is the land of Israel." Well, you go ahead, and the land of Israel could be the poorest city in America. Anyway, I'm not even about to. I'm gonna ignore you people.
Yeah, nah, bro. Yeah.
All right.
We got the big hats. We got the big hats.
Ah, okay. I feel it. You know, as soon as we start talking about some, you know what I'm saying, you know what they're going to do. But, man, Chad, look, this is what we're going to do, man. This has been a good stream. I appreciate everybody for coming out here. We definitely going to be getting back to it. I ain't got no work until Sunday. So, yeah, we're going to be straight. We're going to be good, bro. We're going to be good. Yeah, I'll probably be back on tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I might do an earlier stream, like around the same time, 5 o'clock. But y'all let me know what y'all think about all the stuff we talk about in the comments and everything like that. I'm gonna try to click these up so we know we on the channel and everything like that. And yeah, bro. We're gonna go stream 4 hours, probably going on 5 hours because everything that was no, it is. It is. It's weird. It's the weirdest thing, bro. I don't like it. I don't like it. I see a lot of people talking about that first. All right, bro. But yeah, like I was saying, we will go ahead and end the stream tonight. You know what I'm saying? I'll check out. Most likely tomorrow. I ain't gonna confirm it just yet, but most likely we'll be doing something tomorrow. Y'all let me know what y'all think about it in the comments. Y'all make sure y'all hit up the Discord or drop them fires, videos, links, do y'all research and all that good stuff. And I will be here for y'all tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Shalom.